keys and the dim light. They act like they know what's inside. Behind the screen they hide. Lines of code scroll up so fast. Followers chase shadows they cast. Promises of a future so fast. Building faith that's gonna last. Cult of code, we're in the show. We follow, they never slow. Cult of code, no truth to show. In the shadows we grow. Cult of code, we're in the show. We follow, they never slow. Cult of code, no truth to show. In the shadows we grow. Streamers chant, it's all in sync. Followers on the brink. Join the cult, they don't think. It's a potion we drink. Symbols and scripts, sacred signs. Blindly we read between lines. Their actors were caught in vines, lost in all their designs. Cult of code, we're in the show. We follow, they never slow. Cult of code, no truth to show. In the shadows we grow. Cult of code, we're in the show. We follow, they never slow.
Hey, bro.
Cult of code, no truth to show. In the shadows we grow.
Yeah. I gotta fix my mic.
Look at the screen, bright and blue. Listen to the guru's cue.
Let me see. Hey, Lawler. Hey, just in cases. Why does it sound so terrible? What did I do? I think that sounds better. Yeah, glass of water. Yeah, Lawler. I give up. I give up on life, so I put my mic in a glass of water. Okay, what about this? All right. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. That does sound better. Yeah, I think we're back. I think we're back. I don't know what happened, but we're back. Alright, so if I... There we go. There we go. And then I'll put on some music, but I'll put it down low. Hey, Pro Max. Lawler, how you doing? Ibra, how you doing? Just in cases, how you doing? Pro Max, how you doing? Pure Ambrosia, how you doing, Pure? I'm unhinged a lot lately. There we go. Ad break. Lawler doing well. Melting in the summer heat. Yeah. You guys are wimps. You guys are wimps. You know, in Greece, where I was born and raised, in the country, where I spent most of my days chilling out, maxing, relaxing, eating some donors, having a chill day in the heat. When a couple of Pythagoras came to my town. And that's when they started to clown around. Hey, 1 little euro. My mom got scared, sent me to Canada with my sister over the air. Boom, boom, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Is there a rant or hot take coming in our future? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how the day goes. I've been waffling for like 4 hours on whether I even want to just stream. I just don't feel the energy. I'm getting nothing but rejection letters because the tech industry sucks. People don't. There are people like me who are far more qualified and should get jobs and don't have them. And it's like, damn it, Crimson. Crimson, man. Thank you. I was like, you know, it all... Okay, Crimson, thank you for the 50 subs. Congratulations to everyone who got the subs. Crimson, like, real talk, man. I've been a little bit down and out of luck. Not even sure if I wanted to stream, and then you pop on and like you and someone else on my Discord, you know, put smiles on my face, and I'm like, yeah, I should do it. It's like I don't know how to thank you guys because I have an awesome community. I really appreciate it. You know, and I feel bad that I even considered not streaming. But Crimson, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's insanely grateful. I'm insanely grateful. Beyond words. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Crimson. Some W's in chat for Crimson. Come on. 50 comes in with 50. I barely started. Crimson, thank you, man. I really appreciate it, man. Well, I guess I'm doing a 72-hour stream then. I guess I'm doing a 72-hour stream. I guess it's just happening. 72-hour stream. I guess it's what, because of Crimson popping off. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That's really, really kind of you, man. I really appreciate it. And it's, I don't know. I know a lot of people are tight for money, and you know, it can be hard to part with $5, let alone 50 subs. That's crazy, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Okay, well. Why, Crimson? Why? I didn't do anything to deserve this. Crimson. No. Crimson. You're crazy. Another 50. There's 10 people here. There's only 10 people here watching right now, and Crimson just gave out 100 subs. Crimson, you're unhinged. Yeah, Crimson's unhinged. Crimson. Dude. You need to stream Monday to Friday, keep all of us insane. I would... Listen, okay, Crimson. Dude, I don't... Look. Hang on. Crimson, just hang on one sec, alright? Hey, man. I really freaking appreciate that. Like, a lot. You did not have to do that, man. You are an absolute legend. I don't know what possessed you to do that. I don't know what made you think I deserve any of your money. But you know, like, the support means a lot to me, because sometimes I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. And it's particularly rough when me and others in the community are looking for work, and you know, it's a tough time. And just having you come here and like pump up the stream, and you know, pump some energy into the stream and part with some of your money to do that. 100 subs is not cheap. Thank you, man. I really freaking appreciate that. That's really, really freaking kind of you. Congratulations to the next 50 who got subs. That's crazy. Thank you, Crimson. No problem. Lambos all around. Crimson, you're awesome, man. Thank you. I don't know. I have no idea why you're not a VIP, but let's make you a VIP. So, hey, GSV, change the title to Fun Employed, dude. I could. I mean, now that Crimson's pumped up, I could change the title. That's really cool. Thank you, man. Here, let's go. Let's go Fun Employed, because that was really cool, and I might as well be more upbeat. Fun Employed, all right? Let's see if this takes, because I do it through Restream. We'll see if it takes. I think that took. ZIG Fun Employed. So look, folks, Crimson, again, I can't thank you enough. I can't. I can't. I'm going to say thank you 100 million times. Thank you. That is so freaking kind of you. I really appreciate it, man. What a way to start the stream. Okay, back. Let's go back. That gives everyone some energy. Let's ride on that energy. Maybe I will do a 72-hour stream. I could do it. The schedule allows me to. So maybe I'll do a 72-hour stream. Remember, Spiro in chat, if you're laid off or leave on your own accord, you're working on your own time, which is very important. Now you call the shots and make it count. Yeah, so GSV, I think that's a great point. And so here's kind of what I've been struggling with. And it'll kind of go into what I'm getting into today. Again, Crimson, dude. Crimson, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, Panda, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And GSV, I hope you're doing well. And Crimson, I hope you're doing well. All right, so, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on. I've been getting rejection letter after rejection letter. I do have some contract work, so that's great. It's going to keep me afloat. Just barely, but it'll keep me afloat. So at the very least, you know, I can pay rent. I can buy some basic food. Although we're kind of going cheap on food, but you know, we're gonna have food. I'm doing good, just sharing the love. I appreciate that, Crimson, a lot. That's really kind of you, man. I'll try and spread that energy. I'll try and keep that energy going. All right. On behalf of you, Crimson. So yeah, so you know, we're gonna make it for a little while. Contract work's up and down, so it could go away tomorrow. Who knows how long the contract work will be for? But I have something, which is better than nothing. What that means is GSV is exactly what you're talking about. Is that I have this time available to me, and you know, I could sit around, you know, wallowing in misery. Or I could take this opportunity and build some things that I've been wanting to build. And maybe, you know, there are a few things that I was thinking, well, maybe what I'll do is I'll open source them, or I don't know, do something more public on stream. And now I'm thinking, well, maybe it's okay to take one or two of these ideas and try and turn them into a product. Why not? You know, I have some crazy ideas that might work. I have one on screen right now, which I'll talk about. So GSV, I think you're spot on. As when I'm not spending time with my wife and kid, I'm taking time, even when I'm feeling a little bit depressed and down, shooting off resumes, and then I've been kind of prototyping this product that I'm hoping to build, which leads directly into the ZIG WebAssembly game I'm building, and into something that I think is kind of cool and fun. So I'm going to explain that in a minute. I finally landed a gig to maintain an open source project. Nice, GSV. After 9 months of fun employment, it's very expensive being fun employed, of course. But if I can get something, anyone can get something is what I'd say. Yeah, GSV. GSV, first of all, congratulations. Seriously, and I mean that in the best way possible. Seriously, congratulations. That's really good. I'm so glad to hear that. There are plenty of smart people in chat here who don't have jobs who should. And I think that there has been a turnaround in the market. I've seen a few people who have gone months without a job are suddenly getting something. That's a good sign. And it gives me hope too that hopefully I'm not down for too long. Just the fact that I have a little bit of contract work to buy me some time is a good sign. I should be grateful, and I am grateful for that. So hearing stories like yours, as fortunately, you're not the only person who has recently told me, hey, I landed a job. So congratulations, and I'm really, really this is great to hear. I'm really happy to hear this. We've got some smart people here. Need to be working, man. And that's great. How'd the game you were working on turn out, the HTMX thingy? I'm working on it. I'm going to talk about it in a second. I have a crazy idea. It's crazy. At least I feel like it's crazy. But I'm just full of crazy ideas. And I think this one I can turn into a product. So we'll see. Also, do you have an ideal gig you're prospecting? Add that in the description for Friends Center outreach with viewers. I don't, you know, GSV, I don't want to push it too much. It just doesn't feel like me to do that. If people come on to see that I'm working on something interesting and kind of like they can commiserate maybe because they're also unemployed, and so they see someone else working on stuff and pushing through in a similar way they are, I think I'd rather like try and use it for that than like promote myself too much. I think just the fact that I'm saying unemployed, you know, kind of opens the door for like, hey, I'm unemployed, you know, I'm probably not going to turn away if you want to offer something to me on stream. But I don't want to make it about that exactly. I want to make it more about like, I'm going to be working on stuff. Yeah, I'm unemployed. Maybe you are too. We can talk about it. And maybe I can like watching me work through it will inspire you to work through it too. Hey, Justin on YouTube, I see you, man. You keep up the good work, champ. You do that. I appreciate it, Justin. So I don't really want to go that far with title GSV, although it is a good idea. Ultimately, Crimson says, I'm lucky to have the job I have. Everyone is a lot more qualified here, so you can all do it. That I don't know, Crimson. I don't know how much more qualified we are than you, but the kind words are helpful. There's plenty of people here that I would also consider more qualified than me, and yeah, that's very kind of you to say, Crimson. Hey, Marco on X. How you doing, Marco? Good to see you. How am I doing? I'm a little bit tired. I didn't start out with a lot of energy in the stream, but I'm feeling better. We have some cool people on Twitch chat, and they're adding a lot of energy to the stream. So I'm doing well now. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so what am I working on? So, you're in Greece, so the mainland? Yeah, I was born and raised in Athens, but I'm not there. I'm in Canada. I moved to Canada in '91 with my family. I was pretty young, so I was like 7 or something. So yeah. One sec. I'm going to explain the project in just a second. Hang on. Excuse me. All right. So what am I working on? So I've been thinking about something. Do I have the game up? Let's see if I do. So in the game, while I get it running here, in the game that we've been building, we have some WebAssembly code, yeah. And the WebAssembly code is our game state manager. I promise this leads into the project. Okay, so we've got some WebAssembly running this puppy, and so with WebAssembly, we use it as a game state manager, which also includes the grid here. So this grid of, every time I move, right? There's an X and Y coordinate. Imagine that this thing is sliced up into squares, much like the highlighted sections are here. So with that in mind, I got to the point where the game itself, in terms of moving ships around on screen, works well. And our WebAssembly module tracks the grid. And so you can imagine that WebAssembly has a grid which is kind of like overlaid on top, if you can imagine that. And then in my JavaScript code, I take the block of memory out of WebAssembly that tracks the grid, and I pierce through. Imagine I'm piercing through an X and Y coordinate in order to determine what's in that grid coordinate at every individual layer. And so imagine now that you don't just have one grid that's sliced up into squares. Now you have it kind of like you're slicing bread, where it's the squares are the grid, and then it's layers with the same number of squares, and different layers represent different aspects of the game. So one layer will be, this just represents the NPCs, right? Or this just represents the background, or take your pick of representative layers, but they all contain the same grid pattern. And so in the WebAssembly module, we have a bunch of these grids that are kind of like slices of bread, and the bread is the entirety of the game. And then calculations are made on WebAssembly to do things like move entity up, right? So as an example, I gotta do turn-based here. So like that, right? So it goes turn-based up. Sorry, NPC move up. I said that incorrectly. NPC move up. So the WebAssembly does the calculation. It does it really fast, and then it tracks the NPC grid layer and says, well, this NPC is now in this other position. And then with the JavaScript, I can go and read the grid at any layer I want, and I can render the appropriate stuff, and I do that with div elements here. So then I got into the point where I was looking at all my div elements, and I'm realizing that especially in edit mode, when I'm doing when I'm editing the game, I have to do one of two things. I either render blocks of grid, like entire grids, with all of their individual assets at each grid coordinate as one big thing, as one big asset. So here's an example of that. The background is actually just, I wonder if I can just hide this. Let me just see if I can hide it. Display none. Yeah. So the background here is just the ocean, right? That's a background layer, and it's just the ocean. Now, right now, what I've chosen to do is I've chosen to take each and every grid coordinate, and it's literally the same image, the same asset, just repeated over and over and over and over and over and over. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. I see you, Marco. I'm doing X and Y. I'm not using Z. Hey, Sergeant. Yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks, Crimson, for the gifted subs again. I appreciate it greatly, like a lot, man. I really do freaking appreciate it. I might be saying that till you're sick of hearing it. Okay, so each and every one of these squares has it's a background layer, and so it has the same asset. It's got the ocean. Hey, Invisible Man 94. I hope you're doing well, man. So I swear this is getting into the project I'm trying to build here. I promise. Just stay with me. So what I'm doing is when I go to edit the squares, I can choose to have a div element per square, which gets quite a bit. There's quite a few div elements there, right? That's a problem. Or I can just say, well, I know that this particular layer is just a background layer with one asset everywhere. Why not just create one big asset? And so it just takes one big like canvas picture of the whole thing, right? So then that led me to the project, and I'm realizing, how am I going to do menus? How am I going to do menus here? Because what I would really like to do is a way to determine when menus are active or inactive, and where they should be located in the game. And I probably don't necessarily want that on the WebAssembly side. On the WebAssembly side, I probably just want the game to understand that a menu is open and needs to wait for certain interactivity, but that's about it. But then I realized something. So I'm going to pause here. I'm going to catch up with chat. Yeah, Invisible Man. I think I got you, Invisible Man. Hope you're doing well. Time to make a Voronoi shader for the water. Yeah, Crimson, yeah. 100 gifties, yeah, Axe. But Axe, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Crimson went crazy and showed me a lot of unwarranted support and dropped 100. Hey, Vampire Frog, on YouTube. How you doing, Vampire? Good to see you, man. Pog, you landed a job. Nice. Hey, Proton, I hope you're doing well. I didn't land a job. I guess I'm working for myself. Yeah, the after party's still here. Who else is here? How have I been? I've been all right. I can't complain, honestly. I've been worse. Let's put it that way. I've just been facing rejection letter after rejection letter, so I'm taking a bit of a break because it can be demoralizing. But other than that, we have everything we need here, and that's it. What else can I complain about, really? We have everything we need. Vicente, how are you doing? Put the chat widget on my screen, Vampire? No, I don't want to do that. It's the hyphen in unemployed properly. It's misleading. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Maybe I should take out the hyphen. Let's take out the hyphen. We're just going to go straight up. Straight up fun employed. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bracket it so it's really, really clear. There. Yeah, Vicente, a new framework? Kind of. Focus on the vision? Yeah. Yeah. So, the vision for the product. So I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder, do I have 1 second. I wonder if I have the other project. If I have the other project, yeah, I do. Let's get it running. Okay, so I was looking at this guy. What? I don't think it's this, is it? No, it's 8801. Okay, yeah, this one. All right, so this is a project I have. It's not really, it's like contract sort of. It's a partnership project I'm doing with that will hopefully, the marketing guy behind it will hopefully market the hell out of it. He's a pretty good marketer, and hopefully we make some money off this. So I've been working on this, and I'm like, you know, are not most websites these days grid based in terms of UI? Could you not generally break down UIs into grids? And you might be seeing where I'm going already. Hey Spiro, hey Dojo, how are you doing, Dojo? Are you one of the many CEOs? You should so you can put that on your resume. I am. I'm not just one of the CEOs of HTMX. I'm the lead CEO. I have the domain and everything. I am the lead CEO. There is no other lead CEO except for me. So, yeah, I have the domain and all. And I think I did put it on my resume. Link it in chat. Link what in chat, Axe? You made HTMX? No, I didn't. I didn't, ZeroX. Also, how are you doing, ZeroX? What is this platform? If you mean this is PHP. This is Laravel and HTMX. I'm literally using Laravel and HTMX on this. Okay, what about you? I'm doing well, ZeroX. I'm doing well. Good to see you, man. I'm glad you're doing well. All right, so Lambo incoming, yeah. Well, I mean, Crimson has already got it, dropping 100 subs. Again, Crimson, thank you, man. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate it. Okay, so, so I was having this thought. I went from here to, well, damn, like, with CSS Grid these days, a lot of UI can be sliced up into a grid pattern. So then I had a crazy thought, and I was trying to do a proof of concept, which is what I was working on over the weekend and this morning, and I was kind of like dragging my feet on whether I should stream and whatever, but here I am, I'm doing it. So I'm literally using the same concept as the game, where I'm tracking a grid, but I'm using the I'm going to use the WebAssembly to create a dynamic CSS grid, and it's going to be a separation of the UI portion and the grid portion, exactly like how I have in my game. In the game, what I've decided to do is, instead of enforcing a particular rendering mechanism, I will just store the areas where particular types of assets and data need to go, and I let the person rendering the game decide how to render the game. So you could render the game not using the browser at all. If you wanted to use Qt or something, you could do it. You just take the same WebAssembly code and you'd pierce through the layers and you determine what the number is representative of the asset or data at a grid coordinate, and then you would choose how to render that. That way you could do all kinds of cool different like modifications to the rendering mechanism. So what if I just took that one level up? And I used a browser-based, really simple HTML, CSS grid generator that rendered the grid in WebAssembly and let you alter the structure of the grid, what goes in which coordinates of the grid, so that you could generate a grid in WebAssembly and more or less compile that or store the grid data in some fashion or another. And then you just pass that into whatever rendering mechanism you want. Would you like to use PHP to render the HTML, the resulting HTML of your grid data? You can do that. Do you want to do it in React? You can do that. You want to do it in vanilla JavaScript? You can do that. You want to use web components? You can do that. Here's the key thing. Do you want to use it for a game like mine? It's the same grid mechanism. It's the same. It's essentially the same grid mechanism. Do you want to do it to render a mixture of a game and some UI elements on here, which is what I want to use it for? You can do that too. So you can use this as a visual way to manage your grid data. And then the grid data just gets stored as contiguous blocks of arrays. And if the tooling around this is built well enough, I think this has crossover to just about anything. You could use this to store a UI system that you can render with like C++ and like some kind of desktop GUI if that's what you want to do. So I've been prototyping it out, and I've been using I've been using typed arrays in JavaScript and a web component that's a grid manager, and essentially I'm going to convert it to ZIG. And so the whole stream is going to be me cleaning out one last bug here and converting the entire structure to ZIG and WebAssembly. And then the web component will work with the WebAssembly module, and we'll manage an entire UI system. And we're going to be able to build UIs like this, where the game is kind of like a secondary WebAssembly module to the rendering, like how things are managed. Or we can build a UI like this just for the purpose of displaying on a website, or whatever we want to use it for. So that's what I'm working on. Emo Giraffe. I like that name. How you doing, Emo? Good to see you. I never had enemies, but now I have one, and their name is NVIDIA. I hear you, man. They're torturing me in their driver hell on Linux. Oh yeah. That sucks. Time to switch to Windows. Lawler, get out of here. You already have Windows. I'm actually switching to Linux. Nice. Yeah, WSL2, yeah. Sounds cool. I don't know much about the web tech, but it sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, hopefully as I build it out in ZIG and WebAssembly, it becomes a bit more clear. Because what I'm going to be doing is using the web component to manage it, and hopefully just by doing that process, it'll become clear what I'm trying to build today. And maybe it's something I try and do in the next 72 hours or 70. I mean, am I 1 hour in already? No, I'm 40 minutes in. Okay, so 71 and a half hours. So will I be able to use it for my personal website to render a grid of whatever I want? Yeah. So the if you think about it, let's see, can I do, yeah. So here, I'll show you. Essentially what you're going to have is access to just a flat block like this. Now, I have some functions here, so you can get the individual grids and their coordinates and their values. Like I have management helper functions so that you're not just looking at this, but that is the foundation. It's just one big block of grid data. You can manage the grid data. You can create your grids like I have here. And we're going to build functionality to do things like move this one down, expand this one over, decrease it, expand the size of the grid. So it's like a 3x3 or a 4x4, whatever it is. And your web component, you just drop in your web component with the grid data, and then you can render like this. It'll just render like this. I'm skipping a couple of steps, but that's essentially what it is. You manage this, you turn it into this. Gosh, Sparrow, can you be more succinct? Hey, Quad. How you doing, Quad? That sounds nice, actually. I always hate doing the layout. Yeah, I think it might be quite a useful tool. And that's not even all of it. I won't give away all of it yet. There's something else here that I think is an additional nicety that is going to make it really easy to at least generate nice things like this. Here's one portion that I will give away. You might be thinking like, okay, that's fine. Why don't I just like write a grid? You can write a grid, and the difference here would be that you can visually manage your grid spaces. And then what you can do is you can, for example, drop in a web component here. Believe it or not, this guy here with the title, this is a web component. And it's dropped in and it loads up some data that's built into the web component. But you could very easily drop in like an HTMX piece of data. And so what you can do is you can create little components of functionality or features. So for example, this, let's see if I can show you the, come on. This one's not doing it for some reason. There's a scrolling mechanism, but in any case, you could take something like this and you could turn this into a web component. And then as you're building out the grid, the web component has its styles and layout localized. And so you can drop in your components like these and see how it looks based on your grid layout. We should only have ASCII based UI. Yeah, Quad. Is the grid block big enough to render your mom? Not my mom. Not my mom. I don't think we have the technology. We don't. Have you seen my mom? Okay, no, but real talk. Have you seen my mom? No. If you haven't seen my mom, consider yourself lucky. Because holy crap. Yeah, she was just here. Yeah, I love how you guys think you're getting one over on me. I love how you think that it's like somehow offensive to me. You can have her. My mom was terrible to me and my sibling when we were growing up. It's why I couldn't finish high school. Have fun. I don't care. You guys are just asking for trouble. But when I take your moms, I can't lose. House always wins. It's turning dark very quickly. Don't use your trauma card on us. Uno reverse. Axe, how is schooling going? I bet you he's flunked. I bet you Axe has failed because he's just an architect. Education, what's that? He will if it's built into the game, yeah. And pull out the trauma card. I'm just waiting for Axe to say he's flunked. He failed. Just admit it, you failed. so this is working. There's a subgrid here. That's working. Hey, same Inidor? Same. Man, I'm sorry. Sam, maybe? Want to see my trauma deck? How are you doing? First time chat. Appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing well, Sam. It's so good that I'm going to grease your mom for the whole fall semester. Good luck, Axe. 2 days until Power Jam. Stop this hate, Axo. You need to return to a positive energy place. Yeah. Yeah, Axe. Listen to Quad. Hello, everyone. Hey, Sam. I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. It's only for Spiro stream. You know what? Axe. Okay? You think you're such hot stuff? Have you ever built... First of all, you haven't answered how your schooling's going because you've probably flunked. Okay? And second of all, have you ever built a house that has actually stood more than 5 minutes? Didn't think so. Didn't think so. My emotes can be toxic. It's true. Axe's mom is fair game. Yeah. Discovering the amazing ZIG language, found the channel. What about you? Nice, Sam. Yeah, I'm fixing one bug in JavaScript, and then I'm going to convert this over to ZIG. So it's going to be a pretty heavy ZIG stream. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping in though. Just let me solve this one prototype thing so I can move this over to ZIG. Hang on, I gotta take a sip here. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. As soon as you start talking too much, your throat decides to give in. Oh, damn, I'm really sorry. Thank you for the follow, Sam. That's really nice of you. I appreciate it. You know what's more consistent than Axe's mom Spiro streaming? Yeah. Like mother, like son. Yep, like mother, like son. We got it, Axe. Okay, so when I use move grid block down, joke's on you, you don't build Turkish houses or sculpt like adobes. Haven't you seen Indiana Jones? Yeah. Use move grid block down. This is the last thing I need to do before I rewrite this in ZIG. Let's make sure I'm referencing the right thing. So my grid ID would be 0, my block ID would be 1, my start X and my start Y would probably be 0 and 1. No, 1 and 0 if I've done this right. That's the output I should expect. Aha. Yeah, this is wrong. It would be, so Y should be 0. Start X would be 1. So I'm doing something wrong with the reference. I think it's this. I have it backwards. Okay, now we're looking better. So this is correct. Grid ID is 0. My block ID would be 1 because this would be 0 and that would be 1. And if I look at this guy, data grid ID 0, grid X 0, grid Y 0, that has to be updated. This guy right here. X is 1, correct. Y is 0, correct. Span and span is 1 and 1, correct. Does not need a grid. You guys are all making fun of each other. Jokes aside, school's going fine. It's a summer break, so I'm getting ready for my Erasmus semester at Greece and working at my internship at the same time. Axe, you have to go to Santorini. Capiche? 100% you gotta go to Santorini. Alright. Block ID 1. Okay, so far so good. So let's go back. So we remove this grid. And then we add it. There we go. That does it. Okay. So we moved the grid, but unfortunately it also means that we have somehow lost. Lost the other one. Man, when my plane lands, I'm going to bother you on Discord 24/7 for recommendations. Do it, Axe. And, oh, my throat. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, man. If you need some help with Greek, you know, or something like that, you want me to like read something out for you or help you out, tell you where to go, you're not sure if somebody's like trying to take advantage of you or whatever, hit me up. Absolutely, whatever you need, Axe. Average age of viewers here, you're 30. Oh, you're a young puppy, Sam. I'm 40. I'm the ripe old age of 40. If only Arvis was here to post the announcement that I'm the ripe old age of 40. Half my family is Greek, but not my side. Sad Canadian. Yeah, Quad, you're a failure. Dojo, 53 kids. Now, Dojo, we got to be clear here. Does that mean that you're the age of 53 and you have kids, or that you have 53 kids? Because honestly, if you have 53 kids, man, that's like Giga Chad. That's Giga Chad. Dojo with 53 kids? All day. As it turned, I thought I had all the mobs. Nope, turns out Dojo has them. All the moms are at Dojo's house. This is popping kids. He's the new Genghis Khan, yeah. Damn, Dojo. Laugh aloud and people, that name was hard in programming. That naming was hard in programming. And people thought that naming was hard in programming. Yeah, right. Okay. And people thought that reading sentences that were pretty sensical. Yeah, fail on my part, man. Fail on my part. If you're 53 and you have kids, that's dope. 40, one kid, one beautiful daughter, one beautiful wife. If nothing else keeps you going, your wife and kid will. And more than one kid, even better. That's awesome. Congratulations, Dojo. I'm quite happy for you. That's really nice to hear. It's good to have family people around. I love family. Maybe that's a European Greek thing more than a Western thing these days, but I love having family. It's super important. You didn't get that sentence? No, Sam? Yeah, I had trouble with that sentence. I have nothing to keep going. Need to find purpose. At best, we'll leave all to nephew. Quad, you need to have kids, man. I think, Quad, if I remember correctly, you and I are actually close by. Right? You and I are actually close by, if I recall. You're in the lower mainland. Oh no, you're Toronto? Okay. Never mind. What do you mean family is the most important thing in like 20 Fast and Furious movies? Yeah. For family. Dumb. For family. The next Fast and Furious has to be the Fast and Furious family with Transformers in space. It has to be. It can't be anything else. If it's anything less than that, it's a disappointment. Nephew coding age 6, super good. He was Roblox and Java better and before I did. That's great, Quad. You should well, I lean into that. If you don't have your own kids, that's fine. No problem. But if you have a nephew who's like that interested and you have that crossover, that's great, you know. There's no need to find purpose. Find whatever entertains you. It doesn't have to be as deep as a purpose. Vin Diesel riding Bumblebee to space. Yeah. We doing collision? We're gonna check for collisions, yeah. But I need to. I'm like this close to solving like why this isn't doing exactly what I wanted to do, Vicente. I'm gonna push back just a little bit on Dojo. You can find purpose in a lot of different things, but generally speaking, this has been my life experience. Purpose, at least generally speaking for men, is when you tackle something that is very challenging and burdensome, and sometimes you even wonder if you can accomplish it. There's deep meaning and purpose to that. That doesn't necessarily come with kids and families. Sometimes that can come with a number of other things. So you can find purpose, and it can be entertaining. That's why I say light pushback. It can be something that you find interesting and entertaining, but extremely challenging. It's a huge burden, but you take it on yourself. You choose to take it on yourself, you know. That's something I'll add there, Quad. I'm his cousin uncle and want to help him, but I'm limited by his parents. I see, Quad. Yeah. It's hard for me to help you there. I don't know the context, right? But yeah. Dude, I rocked the interview. Let's go. Tack. W for Tack. Rocking the interview. That's awesome, man. Go get it, Tack. Are we doing shit posting and life purpose at the same time? Yeah, we are, Axe. That's right. What is this class? WC web component. Yeah, Vicente. Web component. Tell us more. Yeah, Tack. Tell us. I already heard all about this morning. Tack messaged me and told me all about it. But yeah, go ahead and tell chat while I try and resolve this bug here. So it's not. It's snot. It's snot. I've got. I must be removing a bad. Maybe it's in remove grid. Okay. Let's see. If I'm removing too much off the grid, if I'm taking block Y. Okay, block X is 1. Block Y is 0. So Y would be block Y plus the span Y. And span Y, let's do span X, let's span Y. So span X, span Y, yep, that's right. Now block X would just be nothing. So what if I did, let's make sure it's deleting the right stuff. X1, Y0. The end, okay, so maybe it's the index. Nope, that's right. And the value would be 0. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with this. The other thing we can do to confirm, yeah, get grid, and it's going to be, yes, it says 1 here because there is actually 1 here. That's what I expect to see. The grid data looks correct. But, question is, seven, 16? 16 should also say 1. It does. Alright, so maybe it's my rendering. No, I would have caught it here. Let's see, what do we got? All right, so 1 and 1. Has a value of 1. 0 and 0, 1 and 0. That's here. And here have a value of 1. So something's happening here that ain't right. Hang on, let me just see. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, great job, Tack. Good job, man. Do you think WebAssembly is going to circumvent good accessibility practices? I've also been playing around with UI, UA. So much fun with combinators and all that jazz. Circumvent? I don't know about circumventing. I mean, WebAssembly doesn't really deal with accessibility. You kind of have to deal with that. And I have already thought about accessibility issues with this thing I'm building right now. And I think there's a way. I think I've come up with a way. I've been playing around with the area tags for accessibility. So I think I've come up with a way where the WebAssembly is just here to do the layout, and then you can still have accessibility on top of that. So I think it's okay. It's up to implementation or the implementer. When you get the job, come here and rub it on Spiro's unemployed face. Yeah, Tack already is doing that, Axe. Don't worry about it. Tack's one step ahead of you. You know why, Tack? You know why, Axe? You know why Tack's one step ahead of you? Because he's not an architect. He's not a pathetic, lowly architect. Okay? He's not at school to pretend to be something. Okay? He's actually out there getting jobs. You're out there cruising Greece, being like, hey, I'm an architect. Even I got an internship. What do you have? Pixel ships, yeah. Damn, Axe that. Oh, damn. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I gotta call my daughter and make sure she's okay, because I think even she felt that burn. Damn, Axe coming in hot. I've been interested in making a game for the blind that uses a surround sound setup or head-related transfer functions in headphones for directionality. Oh, that sounds interesting, Dojo, yeah. Yeah, That would be, yeah, generational trauma, yeah. That would be an interesting, Blind people gaming, yeah. You could probably pull that off in... I wonder if you could just use a browser-based thing. I don't know. Ubanatis. Listen, Ubanatus, dude. Thank you for being here. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. I hope you're doing well. I wasn't. Thank you for the thing you did. You and I know what you're talking about. I don't want to potentially, like, it was anonymous, right? It was private, and I don't want to tell away. But you did a very nice thing, and I appreciate it a lot, man. Thank you. I'll say it if Ubanatus wants, but he, I want to respect privacy, right? And I don't want to feet pics, yeah, feet pics. There's no half gossip. Listen, Tack, if you're not in charge around here. You're not in charge around here, right? I'm in charge around here, Tack. Just because you think you have a job now, you think you own this place? Feet pics, yeah. Yeah, shouldn't have asked. Literally, yes, he says, shouldn't have asked. Yeah, Ubanatus, thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. That was really really nice thing you did. Yeah. When did you start disrespecting anything, DGen streamer? Sergeant. Yeah. I appreciate the feet pics. Ubanatus. No, I'm just joking. It wasn't feet pics. You guys are degens. Jeez. God, you guys are such degenerates. What do I expect from Twitch? His toes are fantastic. They were the best. They were the best toes. So what? There's something going on. It's not rendering properly, but it should be. I started watching this stream when it was still a family-friendly stream. Now he just gets friendly with your family, especially the moms. Only the moms, not especially the moms. Only the moms. You realize that, like, the moms are neglected, right? I was going to use chords and musical relationships or Doppler effects or anything that turns out to be fun. It's been really hard to figure out, but I love the idea of a game that has no visual aspect. That sounds really, really cool, Dojo. Yeah. You could use WebAssembly for some of the processing of the audio, like where it should go. And then you could do a proof of concept on a web browser. And you could have some pretty intense processing power in WebAssembly as a proof of concept. If that was something that interested you, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure if WebAssembly is the right choice. I would have to know more about, like, how you'd want to implement it. Rust, okay, Rust, yeah, that would get you there. That would get you there. Yeah, and that is super interesting, isn't it? Right, like. If it was a game that was purely auditory and not visual, and you had to kind of fumble your way through the game, yeah, I guess you could use Spiro's mom if you don't need any visual. Did I do it correctly, guys? It was good, Sam. It was good. One of us. Good job, Sam. Good job. Like, what, is she gonna walk around blind people and mow? I have a joke there. Should I just say it? It's really bad. It's a really bad joke. I don't know. It's my mom loves blind people. They're the only people who'd sleep with her. Spiro's cancel arc begins now. Wonder song, yeah. Just like any other of your jokes, whatever acts, you're just jealous. You're just jealous, Axe. XY. 1 and 1. Why does this feel wrong? That's right. 0's right. 1. Ah, okay. This is wrong. Spiro's doing himself mom jokes now. I am, yeah. I am. I literally am. She deserves every one of them. Damn it, ads. You didn't even say hang on or go all Spiro hawking. He just muted. So rude. That's right, Laughing Panda. That's right. My schizophrenia is catching up to me. No. No. I'm good. I don't really... have issues with my schizophrenia. I'm high functioning schizo. It's terrible. I should shut up. My cancellation arc. Okay, X1, Y0 shouldn't be a thing. So what's going on here is that my remove grid block is not properly. See you, Axe. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, making a bunch of mom jokes. I appreciate it. Thanks for the bit. Thanks for the 40 bits, Axe. That's nice of you, man. Get burgered, everyone. Get burgered. Have a good one, Axe. Good to see you. Burgered. Borgered. I love that accent. That's so great. Good times. Good times. Okay. So I'm not... Us unemployed guys can't listen to this AXO guy. No, I know we can't. Hype. Value. Hey, some underscore what? Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you... Oh, wow, my voice. I've become Marge. Marge Simpson. Somewhat. Say hi if you're here. Make sure to say hi if you're here. If you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyway. Despite my terrible voice today. I'm really sorry. You have a job, by the way? Lawler. That's great. I can't remember if you were out of a job for a while. But if you were out of a job and now you have one, congratulations. If you're just rubbing it in, congratulations. You've had it for a while? Okay. I'm sorry. I should know because you've been around for so long. Lawler. I should know. It's my bad. Hey, somewhat. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. In French, when your voice is stuck like that, we say you have a cat in your throat or a frog. Frog in Western society. I think it's frog. I think the Westies say frog. I'm pretty sure. I'm definitely resetting. And get grid block. Okay, let's make sure that the block looks right. Hey, there's Owen. How you doing, Owen? Good to see you, man. I'm getting a block. And the value. Where is contents? If the contents is, yeah, that's right. The contents is 0. It's absolutely right. So that's looking correct. Now, if I go over to block, okay, then it's gonna 0 it out. Perfect. That gets zeroed out because that's a grid index. Yep, that all looks correct. Now if we add grid block, I know I'm doing something just super small. Stupid. It's really stupid and small. Grid block, grid ID. Start X, start Y. Okay, let's pump this out and see where we land. Oh, I need this thing. Yep, that also looks correct. So what if I grab, hang on, I take out, okay, if x equals 0 and y is equal to 1, set to 0. That shouldn't be set to 0. Zero, zero, 1, 1, 1. Let's see how far we make it. Yeah, that shouldn't be happening either. So I wonder at what point that gets set to 0. Let's say that we did this. No, my bad. My bad. It's this guy. So it's with remove grid. That's what's happening. So somewhere in remove grid. Warning unreachable code. Hey man. How you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. somewhere in here. I'm fine, and you? Glad to hear you're doing well. Warning. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. Can't complain too much. We're all wearing Bowser hats now. That'd be dope. Okay, so it's got something to do with this. Or this. Okay, somewhere in here I've screwed it up. And that's great because now I know where I've screwed it up. And now what I need to do is fix it. And then once I fix it, I can write this in ZIG. Sweet. Sweet. Dealing with French people is the biggest pain. There is a joke I really want to make and I cannot make it. Can't do it, but it's a good one. It's a banger. No, I can't. I can't do. I cannot do it. Cannot happen. I will get in huge trouble if I say it, but I want to say it so bad. But I can't, man. Lies making you canceled. Sergeant just wants to see me get canceled. Guys, you guys want to see me get canceled? It would be a waste of Crimson's 100 subs. Which, by the way, thank you again, Crimson. Thank you. Why would we waste Crimson's 100 subs like that? You know? I'm not subbed. Make the joke. Hey, laugh. How you doing? Good to see you. No, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. It ain't happening. I can't do it. It's over the top. It's too far. A29FC8. Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here, A29. But if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. Damn right, you're not gonna make it unless you make the joke. $9.99 a month for the joke. Yeah, Vicente, you got a problem? You got a problem with the way I block my zeros? Listen, it's a prototype, okay? It's a proof of concept. Okay? It's judgment free. Judgment free. Not grid. It's not grid. It's part of a grid. Okay, it's part of a grid. A block is one portion of a grid. Jeez, Vicente, come on, man. Get with it. Get grid. Okay, all I really need to do is oh, laugh. It's a good one. Someone stepping on Legos tonight? Probably. Hey, A2. Hey, A2. First time chat. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. Let me know what brings you over. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Isn't get grid returning a slice of the grid array? It is. I don't really like this. This annoys me. And when I do get grid and then I do the remove, let me see what this has. Did I save it? I did. Yeah. So then, what is the block ID? Block ID is 1? That is correct. Am I rendering this wrong? Oh man. If a block contains grids, then a grid contains what? I already have that right here. You can have a subgrid. You can have a grid of grids. And it can be nested. So I have a grid of grids. And then each square in that grid can contain content. So you can create a pretty like nested grid interface. Blocks and grids and blocks and grids and blocks and grids. Yeah. It's just blocks and grids. Something about this makes no sense. Because this is correct. Here, I've got an idea. Is it 16? No, it would be what, 15. So if I yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna test this. Here. Because I think max is what? Where's my max? 16 and 16. So 0 through 15. So 16 would be 1. 17 is 0, which is correct. 17 is 1, and 16 should also be 1, which is correct. I'm doing something really stupid. I know I am. I'll figure it out. 0. Am I removing the block? Yeah, I'm removing the block. Why am I removing the block? Why am I setting the block to 0? It shouldn't be. Because if I do it without this, right? Yeah. It's 1. Until when? Again, it's removed. Okay. I'm setting something incorrectly. We're gonna question mark it. Okay. At the very least, I should not be setting that to 0. We can start there. That's it. So what on earth are you going on about? Can move grid block down. This should also be a 0. Why is it not? Yeah, only one. We need to fix this first. I've screwed something up here. Okay, I append my child element to outline. That's all good. Yeah, set attribute. Cool, that's fine. Is the element even in here? It's not even. Yeah. Something about this smells all wrong. Okay, let's make sure that we actually have element here. Okay, 1-1. Oh, really? So it's like not even rendering. Interesting. 0, 0. 0, 1. 1, 1. That should be down here. What's up at the top? Probably because something up here is not correct. Yeah. 1 and 1. Okay, yep. Yep. There we go. So something happened. Okay, something happened with this. Now at least we know. Are we talking about Canadian? Oh boy. I'll let you guys talk about that. Chat can talk about Canada population stats. I don't want to get canceled. Let's have a look. Zero and 1, 1 and 1. Okay, so far so good. go check grid value, make sure that we got this right. We don't, because get grid index from coordinates requires x and y, so there's an immediate problem. Flip them. Okay, now we're looking better. I knew it was something stupid. Okay, and because of the span, that's right. Now if I, where is move grid block down, it would be here. There it is. Problem solved. Yep. And then what I can do is go move grid block left. Get grid index from coordinates and 0, 1, 2, 3, so it'd be 0 and 1. Let's see. Oh no, be right, sorry. Ha, the error was right though. That's good. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. It's working. It's working.
Chilling in the cubicle, screens going like Dubai. Static code analysis in the background, don't deny. Text stream idols acting prophets divine. Selling snake oil scripts, counterfeit design. They preach in JavaScript, they swear by Rust. Live stream sermons and frameworks they trust.
So if I just prototype some collision checks. Yeah, so if I prototype some collision checks. And then... Oh, Shreyas is here. Hey Shreyas, good to see you, man. And then I'll just convert it to ZIG. Convert it to ZIG. I'm going to want to use the same thing that I do for the game. I'm going to want to dump a binary file. I'm going to load it. And you can print it however you want to print it. Or you stream it in. What happened to using C? Oh, I'm gonna get back to it. Just not right now, Shreyas.
Mantra echoes, those who scripts around. Prime regions, illusions, they techno babble the sound. Remote work prophets in their ivory shell. Captivating minds.
No, Shreyas, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction.
We seek truth in the terminal, wisdom in the core. While prophets chase followers, always wanting more. The pseudocode gospel, illusion of might. But when you hit compile, they vanish and bite. But when you hit compile,
no satisfaction for you, Shreyas. Okay, since that's working, let me go help my wife out with something. And I'll BRB. Also, Shreyas, CD's nuts.
empty but lies, lines that fail and never fly, messy scripts and tangled threads, frustration in my head. Unknown loops, no logic found, errors crash without a sound, syntax wars a battleground, till the dawn I'm coding bound. Why can't they get it right? Code that's clear, not out of sight. Hours lost, I waged this fight, a coder's weary plight. How does this even compile? Scattered comments make me smile. Scripts from hell, they go a mile. Fix the bugs, find my style. No more shadows, no more dread. Fix the code and clear my head.
There's my Jedi head. There you go, Sam. Everyone hide, he's back. Oh no, he's back. What are we gonna do? It's over.
Honors fight through the night. In the end, I see the light. Order found in
All right.
shifting tides. Coding peace in stride.
Collision check.
Web's a mess, can't deny. Every click makes me sigh. Bugs around, no surprise. Lazy fix in disguise. Code that's old, never new. Patch it up with some glue. It's a joke, what's been made. Falling down, no upgrade. Broken code everywhere. Programmers just don't care. Find excuses everywhere. Laziness in the air. Loading slow and the sway.
You guys don't want to be as old as I am. Once you hit 30, it's all downhill. Hey, Ghost Magic. Good to see you. What am I working on? I am working on a product that I hope I can sell. Somehow. I haven't thought that far ahead as to how I'm actually going to sell it, but it is essentially a grid generator, much like I have in my game here. So you manage a grid of stuff, and if it's done correctly in WebAssembly, like it is with the game, then you can build UI layouts like this. And you can take the same grid data and you can re-render the same UI layout in anything else you want. And I sort of need this anyways, because I want to build a menu system now. Like an actual in-game menu system, something proper that's part of the game. Not this stuff. This stuff is like editor stuff. And so I thought, well, why not? We have the technology. You can use a browser-based visual tool, create some CSS grids, and map it onto a WebAssembly block of data, and you can kind of generate a grid layout. And then you can just reuse that same layout if you have good helper functions. And you can port it over to whatever. And so then you can visually build layouts like this. And on the web, what I have here is not just the layouts. These are web components. You tell the layout what the data is in any grid coordinate. And on the web, this will pull in web components, right? And the web components will pull in either stuff that's a part of the web component, or you could HTMX it in, or you could do all kinds of stuff. And then what you can do, I hope, ideally, if I do this right, you can drag and drop components of website content or video game content, and you can see what it looks like in your grid layout on the web, on demand, on the fly, and it's all powered by WebAssembly and web components, which is just browser standards. Wait, show that again. That was cool. What was cool? Which? I don't know what you're talking about. It's one of these three. And because it's a CSS grid, it's also HTMX into WASM memory. No, you don't need to. You don't need to. All you need to do is use WASM to store like an identifier to some kind of data. Could be anything. Could be an HTMX thing. Doesn't matter. So this web component has a template with this content, the H4 and the P tag in it. But it could be HTMX'd in. This web component could just use HTMX and pull in a fragment, which is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to create this layout using my own tool, but I'm going to HTMX all these things in. So in editor mode, if you're administrating it, you can just go see what somebody can build you a component that does the thing you want. And you drop it into a grid layout and you see what it looks like. And then you pop it off. Maybe it's HTMX'd in, maybe it's a web component, maybe it's a React component. Doesn't matter. I'm glad I met you all because now I start to cherish my job that sometimes I wanted to leave. Yeah. Yeah, hold on to it because it friggin' sucks. Also, we're both now self-employed. Spiro's freaking inspirational. Did I inspire you to be self-employed, Quad? You're welcome. Big brain here. You and Spiro, self-employed, employ each other, basically generate infinite money. We just pay each other over and over again. The only person who wins is the government with taxes. Inspired out of employment. No, I quit because I was going to die literally from my vocation. Quad. What do you mean? What could you possibly mean by that? Code was gonna murder you? I don't buy that. Super crunch. You weren't a programmer? Wait, someone was a hospital manager. Oh, damn. Hospital manager is not an easy job. It's not an easy job. I've programmed on the side for years. Yeah, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. I know some stuff about that topic because family members. It's tough. It's tough. I can appreciate it. So you're gonna get into programming? So now I'm stock marketing because I spent 20 years on my own other games dominating the auction house. So you're like my wife. Just like she used to be back in the day, like top 10 in her server somehow, some way. I don't know exactly all the details, but yeah, she loved playing WoW. Not so much anymore. Program at Hospital Tycoon game. Yeah. Okay. Working in a Starfield Space House game in 2D in Game Maker at the moment. Nice, Quad. Nice. That's the way to do it. Take on something that like you question whether you can even do it, and then try. And then try. That's the right way, Quad. This is the way. Running MMO auctions is so fun. Yeah, it can be. It can be. It can be a lot of fun. Okay, well, this is working. Used to manipulate stuff on FFXIV when it relaunched. Yeah. MMOs are ripe for that kind of stuff, eh? Like, you can game MMOs quite a bit. And then if there's money involved, like when you do auction stuff, like I know some people will pay to have somebody automate, like a human automate the auction process on behalf of your account. There's money there. Or like if you manipulate it correctly, you get items you can sell for real life stuff. I don't know if they do that anymore. I haven't played an MMO in such a long time. Hot take, MMOs are way overused. And they focus on the wrong thing. They're used for the wrong types of games. More often than they're not. There's retainers, little proxy characters. Yeah. BDO was okay, but the community didn't hold. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I can't play. There's certain games where it's like, it's your world, right? Like the game is you playing in your world and you have an effect on your world. And I hate games where the multiplayer is employed and the whales come in and they have an effect on your world that you didn't want to have. And then suddenly you're either locked out of things or you're vastly... Your barrier to entry is vastly higher for no good reason other than another player played longer or spent money or whatever. And it ruins the nature of the game. There are many games that are multiplayer that I think should have been single player. All right. Let's do a simple collision check. What should happen if I do this? It's gonna bork. Yeah, it borks. It's completely busted. No, it's not completely busted. It actually did a reasonable job. Wow, this is pretty resilient, man. Arrays of structures of arrays for the win, you know? So if I move it, like it should have removed that, and it did. It actually did remove it, which is pretty freaking cool. But that's not what I want. What I want is to do a collision check. So if I go move grid block right. Yeah, quad. Good days, right? Good days. So what we want to do is we want to check and make sure that where we're moving is not already covered by another block. Does that mean that we would go through all the blocks? This, get grid blocks, grid ID. What does this look like? I think it's just all the blocks. Yeah. When the streamer you're fighting screams, oh my god, they have 100 guys. That must feel good, right, Quad? It feels like the Vikings raiding. Limit is 20. And you only hit 20 because a couple people joined. Yeah, you're actually 12, yeah. Yeah, Quad. You're a Viking raider. Viking Raider confirmed. Okay, so I should go through all the blocks is what I should do. So So if I was to go like... Construct length. There we go. Now, if I wanted to get the X and Y, then it would be block X would be this, get grid coordinate X. Guess this is just a cheap and easy way to do it. What is this pirate music? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, perfect. Okay. Kale, hey man, good to see you. How you doing? I hope you're doing well, bud. Welcome in. So, I have this. I would just take span. I know this is kind of crappy, but just want to proof of concept it, so who cares? Oops. You're alright? Well, alright is better than not alright. So I'm glad to hear you're alright. I hope everything's okay, man. Block span X. Block span Y. Yep, for now you might want... For now, you might, but wait for Lawler to destroy your views about your own country. Yeah, did Lawler destroy views? Alright, as an EU play with a job, I need to wake up early tomorrow. Thanks for the stream. It was nice to talk to you again after a while. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow for the 70-hour stream. Sounds good, Lawler. Have a good night, man. Thanks for popping in, buddy.
Cold cowboys like channels buzzing, itis humming, coffee cup steady fumbling, lines of spaghetti copy paste unsteady.
So if it's greater than or equal to and I'm not sure this is right, but I think I just want to check to see if the x coordinate of the block I'm moving is within the x coordinate of other blocks given their spans. Yeah, I think that seems right. Let's see if this works. 5 out of 5 for layoff survival. Well, good job, Sergeant. Layoff survival is important. There it is. Collision works. That's right. Shouldn't be happening. So then I could just go return false, and then it doesn't work. Boom. Boom. So can I do a function to kind of check for. Okay. Yeah, I want to say it's check for collision, but I actually don't think that naming is right. Because what I'm really doing is checking for block collision in a grid. And the naming convention needs to match everything else I've done. So do I, the other thing is, do I pass in another block, or maybe I pass in some coordinates? I could pass in coordinates here. I could just say our coordinates, check for grid block coordinate collision. You pass in position X and Y and see if it intersects with any other existing blocks. It would have to skip itself though. So I guess it would just be block to block. Lego to Lego. So if block ID, so we want to skip itself. Let's make sure it's still. Uh-oh. Oh, of course. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. So why don't we just go this block ID. This is stupid naming, but I screwed it up somehow. Of course. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go block A. No, why don't we just go block ID. And yeah, block ID. Now this is gonna go. We're gonna copy this down here. Gonna get this. Should have seen this coming. We're overriding the parent variable block. That ain't no good. Still good. Okay. No collision anymore. So we have borked it. We have indeed worked it. What's the 1v1 thing, Sam? That's if you want to have a debate with me about something. It used to be back in the day that we would debate about whether React is a cancer to the tech industry or not. Then you could redeem it, and then you could hop on a Discord call with me on stream, and we could hash it out. You know, or other stuff like that, like tech-related squabbles, if you wanted to. So yeah, there's a few of those. We have done a few. The good old days, yeah. I've brought on several people and hashed out stuff, and then there were a few times when we brought on groups of people and hashed out stuff, and then I just like, I think during my 72-hour stream, we brought on a few people, and like for a few hours I just let them take over. Any monopoly is a cancer, yeah, pretty much. No, I mean, maybe not any. There might be some exceptions, but I mean, yeah, generally it's not a good idea. You want competition, right? You want competition. You want good stuff. Okay, so it should be checking for collision and saying no bueno. Now Monopoly on the hand, yeah. Yeah, Kale. Okay, why is there no collision happening? So strange. You should work on full game engine in ZIG. There's a market for that and billions to make. There's already a game engine in ZIG. It's called Mach. M-A-C-H. And they're doing a great job over there. I would like to work on a game engine in WebAssembly though, which is essentially what I have with this. There's a game engine underneath the hood here. I'm going to be rethinking my approach to this, which is part of the reason why I'm doing this. Can target WebAssembly and STEM. I can, and I think I am with the way that I'm using ZIG and WebAssembly to generate the UI engine here. It's the beginning. Game dev and game engine working for you. It's not for everyone. It's tough in its own way. There are other things that are also tough, just as tough. But yeah, in its own way, it's challenging. So I don't blame you. So this will work. This works essentially. You don't need the browser to render this. it's all 2D arrays underneath, and so you could render this however you want. So I guess I kind of am building what you're describing. I don't know about billions, but yeah, 3D is fun, but yeah, it can be challenging. Just target more platforms. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can do that with ZIG. We'll see what happens, one thing at a time. I think there's enough on this thing alone, on the visual, you know, the visual layout engine thing to start with something. It's a starting point. Unity market cap is 6.6 bill. Yeah, I know. I just don't know about 2D. I mean, there's so many other 2D engines like Phaser and Babylon and Game Maker and all that. And I don't know. I think you're right. I think there is a market for it, and I think ZIG and WebAssembly with like a 2D game engine would be dope. Something you could run on the web. It'd probably be worth some amount of money. And I guess that's kind of what I'm starting to build. I've got the building blocks because I've built it, and I'm building it and using it. And this is multiplayer. Yeah, I think ZIG is great for it, yeah. Better than CPP or C#. Or Godot, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I already am doing it. I haven't thought that far ahead, but now that you mention it, yeah. Because technically speaking, this thing here, will let you manage the rendering of a game, like my game. Yeah, I just need to hire 1,000 engineers. Easy, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if someone wants to invest in a company like that, I'm down. Because I'm already doing it. I'm going to be doing it anyways. I'm essentially doing it. I'm already in. So, I don't know. Why is there no collision? This block ID is equal to block ID 1. Console log this. Yeah, that's fine. It'll work if that. It won't work if that. I see. Let this block value. It's gonna have value. Okay. Uh, 16 now, 16 now. What? Move grid block right. Something about this ain't right. Lockety would be 0. That's correct. The next one would be 0, 1. Why is it 16 before it hits anything? This makes no sense. If it's 1,
In your nights in the dark, strings for those who embark. Whisper spread through the lines.
a basic buffer overflow exploit to exploit a crappy program I made for fun. I got access to your own program. Perfect. That's how you do it, Kale. That's how it's done. You're a Giga Chad programmer now. CD. CD Villard. Damn, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Still throwing money at you and you're not writing any React. What the hell? I know. I'm sorry. I'm letting you down. I don't know why you keep resubscribing, but thank you. Thank you for resubscribing. You've been subscribed for 4 months already, CD? Man. Thank you. Damn, it feels like forever ago now. 4 months ago, back when I had a job. Yeah. How you doing, CD? It's good to see you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the subscription again. That's really nice of you. It's been forever. Yeah, it feels like so 4 months. It's crazy, man. But I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well. Okay, trying to find time to do more than just work. That's tough. That's tough. And you need to in order to stay sane, right? And it's tough. It's tough to do that. Boop. Hey, Chugging. How you doing, Chug? It's good to see you. This is something to do with the Y coordinate, huh? What am I screwing up with the Y coordinate? You know, just writing disaster code and then arguing with said code. A day in the life. Yeah, chugging. I hear you, man. I hear you. So block IP here. So I guess we should do if block ID is 1. Hey, MyTech. Just came to put a like on the video. Thank you, MyTech on YouTube. I appreciate it, man. That's really kind of you. Just dropping a like on the video for the heck of it. Thank you, MyTech. It really does help. The likes help. The chats help. It all helps. It all helps to get some visibility on the content. So I appreciate it, MyTech. I hope you're having a good day, MyTech. Later, man. See you later, MyTech. Yeah, Sam. Thanks for popping in. It was good to meet you too. Thanks for saying hi and chatting with everyone. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Intended. Value is 0. Yeah, right. Let's say it went this. Get grid. I have to ensure that there is a value, that's why. Where is it? Get grid value. And it's going to be grid ID, and the position will be there. It is. There it is, because the value of the array of the block could actually be 0. So if we are looking for greater than 0, that's going to fail. But in our grid, the only time a block is active is if its grid value is 1. And so if we just check for that, and then we check for the intended direction, so in this case, I do want to pass in the coordinates. Not the block ID. Maybe to skip it though. I want to skip it. I do. So how would I do this properly then? If you pass in that. Yeah, okay, so the problem is that you don't have an intended position if you just pass in a block ID. I need to know the intended position when I do a, whoops. When I do a collision check. Okay, for now, let's not think too deeply on it. Now, return true. Then we'll go. Take this out, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go if not this. Well, I guess just end it there. Could not move right due to collision. Yeah. Okay. This will work for every one of these. Okay. Hey, crazy fat pigeon. Thank you for the follow just now. Say hi if you're here. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. But say hi if you're here, crazy fat pigeon. If you're not, and you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. I will be right back.
they do is slow the pace. Programmers type excuses fast. Old ways lost in techno blast. Abstractions hiding all the flaws. Cold face filled with hidden claws. They don't care, oh no not at all. Lazy rules, they just let it fall. Reactivists keep piling high. Broken red on the lazy sky. Every school's a glitch you ride. UX failing, web denied. Frameworks born like it's a game, just to mask unskilled shame. Patching problems here and there, but the web's a buggy stare. QA lost in deep despair. Coding clouds not really fair. Code view, just pass it through. Broken links and APIs too.
I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
Underneath, it's no surprise. They don't care, oh no, not at all. Lazy rules, they just let it fall. React to this, keep piling high. Broken web on the lip, on the lazy sky. As they close the click to ride, towards failing within night, singing within night. Frameworks fall like it's a game, just to mask, shame.
So one.
Catching problems here and there, but then there.
Alright, so we're going to test this properly. So let's say I wanted to move
Just pass it through. Broken links and APIs too. Found solutions, all archives. Underneath, it's no surprise.
take some coordinates. I want to move this down. That should be block. It is. So the testing so far is pretty good.
QA lost in deep despair. Coding clouds not really fair.
Okay,
Code reviews, just pass it through. Broken links and APIs
not
too.
bad.
Fast solutions, all archives. Underneath, it's no surprise.
Keyboard clicks sound like I'm Beethoven. Built-in bugs, chaos woven. Lines of trash thinking I'm genius. Self-deception, code unclean, it's heinous. Syntax error, ego stroked. Shipped alive, deadlines choked. Debugging lies, dreaming hero. Reality bites, productivity zero. Lying to myself, code's an illusion. Bang in my head, binary confusion. Destruction in the wake, can't you see? I'm a programmer lost at sea. Refactor promises, hollow vows. Every commit, another cow. Milk dry, dying systems, ignoring reality, blurring visions.
Okay, so is this ready then for zigifying?
Java hell, runtime nightmares, can't you
I think it
tell?
is.
Echo chamber, coder's curse, blissful ignorance, wallet's purse. Lying to myself, code's an illusion. Bang in my head, binary confusion. Destruction in the wake.
Okay, now the size of the arrays and the memory and all that, that's up for debate. It might need to be made flexible, but I think for now it's okay.
Refactor promises, hollow vows. Every commit, another cow. Milk dry, dying
I gotta think about
systems,
what would
reality,
happen
blurring visions.
if you decided that you wanted to use a WebAssembly block that contained more than 16 grids of 16 by 16. I mean, that's a lot for a single grid. I think the memory consumption on that puppy is 40 KB. I mean, if you imagine having 16 nested subgrids. So let's just assume that's the max for now. So you'd play around with that. Okay. So how would the flow work? I think I'm missing something here. You'd play around with this visually. You get your grid structure out, and you'd save it as a what? You'd probably save it as a binary file of a contiguous array. Dump it out. You could read it in whatever programming language you're going to use. So if you're going to do PHP, for example, you just read the binary file as an array or as a set of arrays. Or whatever. And then you'd render your HTML based on the grid structure. And you wouldn't have this functionality in here. It would just be like the array would just be or what would it be? You could just put it into the web component. I guess I could just ship a web component for web browser stuff. For others in the terminal, for example, or if you wanted to use like C or C++ to render some, I don't know, desktop GUI, you'd still read the array. And then you would just choose how the array is represented in your rendering mechanism. For a video game like the other video game, I would just build it in. It would be embedded into the game so that the WebAssembly could have access to all the data just up front. Okay, so this is strictly for the visual component. Okay, so dump it out as a binary file with a contiguous array, and
Lines of coded, tingled math, lazy hands, share the blame, copy paste, it's all they do, no pride in this game. Headlines come, they just don't care, quick fixes.
if I wanted to load a grid structure, I could run a backend server. If I don't want to do that, can I just load a binary file and just read it in JavaScript? Yeah, I'm sure I could.
No effort to repair, just let it fray.
All right.
We see it, but they turn away. No effort to repair, just let it fray. Don't decay, we see it, but they turn away. No effort to repair, just let it fray.
Okay, let's create a new project. So we'll do something like maybe WebAssembly. We'll just call it WebAssembly UI. Yeah. So, all right. Okay, so what is a simple thing we could start with? We can just start with so if we did like, well, let me go back here. We kind of start with the enums, right? But let's just say that we did that. Yeah. Okay, so it'd be grids, and then max length of something here, which we have to change. Be 16. Maybe undefined for now. So then our const max grids, let's say, and then I have it here, max grid x and y. And then length. And so then the length would be, I don't know if this will work actually. I'll just call it test. Come on. There we go. Yeah, let's just see what happens if we just do, whoops. Okay. I've forgotten how to print. Here, let's open up our video game code. Where is it?
rule, endless fight within our soul. Electric storm under my skin, heavy guitar, let's begin.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, got it. Should have remembered that by heart. Yeah. We have the starting point of our ZIG. Hey, Hungry Hippo. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Hey, Moldy Apple on YouTube. How you doing, Moldy Apple? Battle the Frog, Battle Frogs. It's good to see you both. You're a touch late to the stream, Hungry Hippo, but I'm gonna go for a little while longer, so it's all good. I'll go for probably at least another hour. And then, I don't know. I'm considering a 72-hour stream. Hey, Ayalisa. Of course I say it as Ayalisa pops in. 72-hour stream. Moldy Apple on YouTube says Vampire Frog, also on YouTube, said he could run circles around me and my mom simultaneously. Have at it, man. If you really wanna tango with my mom, tango with my mom. You guys think you have a one-up on me with my mom. You don't realize. You don't know what you're getting yourselves into. You're just hurting yourselves. And I'm gonna sit back and laugh while all your moms are in my kitchen making me sandwiches. So good luck. I have all your moms. They're all here right now. You know what, Moldy Apple? As a matter of fact, let me ask your mom what she thinks about you. Hey, Moldy Apple's mom. Yeah, Spirit. What do you think about Moldy Apple? Oh, he's a disappointment to the family. I can't believe I ever produced him. Right? Yeah. Yeah, can you console me later, please? You know, the way that you console me. You got it, Moldy Apple's mom. I can't keep up with all the moms. It's tiring. Can barely get any work done. It's just, you know. But if you guys want to tango with my mom, better get yourselves checked at your local doctor. BRB, folks. Yeah, Elisa. You always miss the Discord announcements because they don't pop up. Hungry. I don't know what that would be, but I see my own announcements. I guess it helps that I'm the one streaming. Get your crap together? I don't know. BRB. Truth bombing foreboding, rounded flaws hidden deeper than soundproof walls on that syntax grind. Hair as big as malls, brain glitching, lines twitching in the dead of night. Code base and mind feel ready to ignite. Blind to the mess, strut like cyber gods, blessed with illusions, trapped in their own facade. Screaming, red flags paint the screen. Patchwork fixes, patching up a crack fiend. Ignore the warnings like they whispering breezes. Errors buzzing round heads, swarm of digital diseases. Thinking they slick, but they ripping seams apart. Code spaghetti, chaos, a tangled art. Sacrificing clarity for some caffeine haze. Each line a lie, lost in delusional maze. Just make sure she doesn't miss her soaps. Yeah, Moldy. Yeah, whatever you say, buddy. lost my.
Like car wrecks in the fog. Memory hurts drowning like a technologue. False bravado thick as a firewall. Burn code base coming out now.
Alright, so I've got a block of grids. If I, let's see, if I debug this and just print out. Sure.
Causing virtual friction, errors multiplying, no real conviction. Pretending they're kings of coded domains, but parachuting truths in hurricane rains. Each line a grenade, pin pulled too quick. Data's
Nothing.
messiah, but
Now, if I actually set the value.
bandits on a cowboy spree, digital anarchy, no
Oh,
sanity to see.
yeah.
Living code lies buried in syntax and from the hiding from the
Perfect.
truth
Okay.
while the bugs storm in. Code base exploding, minds still defending, blind to the damage.
Sweet. Alright, so I have a block similar to the block that I'm using in my typed array JavaScript structure. That's good. Go back to my JavaScript structure. Where you be at, yo? There you are. Alright. So I've essentially replicated this. I can create some enums, and then I can create out of the enums this stuff. Let me go over to here. We'll take this out. Where are my enums?
Yo, code DK bits, rot tech jail. Browsers crash, all devs gotta bail. Buggy apps hit the market without a sale. Lazy programmers ain't got no tail to tell. Pretty cash jobs, duct tape and glue. Microservices become a murky brew. I just breakdown, but never on cue. Go reviews like a clown car. Who knew? Just push it live, they won't even see. Bugs crawl out the woodwork. 1, 2, 3.
No, 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 no.
Programmers shrug, drink their chai tea.
Read, here, okay. Let's say that I wanted to create an enum that was okay. The data type enums and contents need to be application specific. I shouldn't include those in the WebAssembly. But the block struct, the meta type, and the meta, I should. So let's say I did. Yeah, let's copy this. Forget that. Yeah. Type value span expand. We're going to do grid meta type, and then we're going to do grid meta structs. Type size, file size, what? X, size Y, layer. It's gonna be, yeah, right. We have, we didn't even implement these, but I remember why we have these. Okay. Now we can take grids meta and we can start building this out. It's meta. And so the max grids and then grid meta struct length. Oh, did I mess it up? Okay. 44. Yeah. So the cons would be okay. We'll make sure that we can do stuff with it. Heck yeah. Then we want blocks. Might as well do a blocks length. It's gonna be max grids. Max grid length. And then block struct. Perfect. Well, we're going to make sure that we can also do stuff with this. $97? $97. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like we have very basic. This is so basic, and yeah, it works so well. I'm patting myself on the back because I am amazing. So we want to slice it up. Let's just see what happens if we just function this up. D times max grid length. We could go grids, slice. Does this even work if we went? Oh, I see. It's gotta be.
No more shortcuts in the night, clean and crisp, the future bright. Every line a worthy fight for a dawn of code that's tight.
Right.
Break the chains of idle minds, write the future's undefined. Epic quest in cyberspace, hard work wins the endless race. Code warriors rise up today, in the wasteland
Isn't it a slice? What is it?
with discipline and heart, build it right from the start.
Oh, is it? I see. Maybe slice too.
In the glow of the screen light, finger taps through the dark night.
I think. Hang on.
Souls in a chat room,
Let me go get this correctly here.
streamers cast a strong spell. Weak minds in a tech shell. Follow trends, don't create. In mediocrity, they wait.
Not this. Not this.
Dreams lost in soul. No excellence in soul. Where the code goes, stuck in defaults. Dreams lost in souls. No excellence in souls. Copy, paste a quick fix. Broken loops and bug tricks. Never dare innovate. Down the spiral of our fate. Caught in the vice grip tight. No true logic inside. Streamer praise our twilight.
That's probably it.
Errors we take flight. Where the
That's what it is. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, all right.
caught in a vice grip tight. No true logic inside. Streamer praise our twilight. In errors we take flight. Where the code goes, stuck in defaults. Dreams lost in souls. No excellence in souls.
Okay, we can get. So now what I need to do. let's get rid of this. Go over here. That already works, that's great. How would I do something like this? It would have to be just a bool. And just return true. It's true. Slice, which means do this. Whoops. There's our slice. Now to do an index of. In ZIG. That's gonna be enough. I don't actually need that. I think it's just this. font size. Ah, crap. Yes. Length, it's gonna be this. Here we're going to reference group and struct, we're going to size x, going to be a particular value. It's going to return 16. Let's go set grid size x. Let's just say it's 3. See if this works. Neither is that. What did I do? Here. Hey Soupy, good to see you, man. I'll be getting back to C in a bit. I just I need to do some things, and the fastest way for me to do them right now is in ZIG, and then convert them to C later, because that freaking worked. Yes. Because I'm unemployed, I'm fun employed, and I need to build some products. To be clear, I am supportive of not doing C. I appreciate that, Soupy. I hear you, man. I do want to get back to C. I want to learn it. I need to, you know, take my own pills, so to speak. I ask other developers. I rant and rave about other developers understanding more about what's going on under the hood, and I need to do it myself. So I'm gonna do it. But I'm trying to build a product here that I'm hoping I can sell for some money, and ZIG is recently loaded into my head, so I'm doing ZIG, you know. And there's nothing really that wrong with ZIG. ZIG's pretty cool. It's pretty good. It's a good one. Forget, what's your experience in web dev? 20 to 25 years in web development. JavaScript, HTML, CSS, PHP, some Python for backend, a little touch of Go, some C. I've written C extensions for backend stuff. Node, lots of Node. Front-end libraries, frameworks. Even before there were libraries and frameworks, even before jQuery. Yeah. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that I have a lot of experience in web dev. Looking for another job focusing on web or trying to go more back end? I think I'm happy with anything right now. I think the issue is that I've been out of the front end world for enough years. Like it would take me quite a while to get up to speed with React. And that precludes me from certain jobs, right? So if I want to have a realistic outlook of what I could get, it'd probably be something back end. Hey Shreyas, welcome back. 20 plus years experience, sounds like you qualify for a junior dev position, and they eat barely. Internship. Maybe internship. But like barely internship. Do you want to learn React and Next in a week? I mean, it couldn't hurt, Shreyas. It couldn't hurt. Okay, it could hurt, but probably be good for me. At least I would stand a fighting chance. Hate friending with a passion. Yeah, hungry. Yeah. It's not hard at all. Yeah, and you know, I've used React before. Last year I was in a big React project where I had to deal with some complicated React stuff, bits and pieces, right? This is the problem, is that it's bits and pieces. So getting the big picture is, I need to get the big picture. Like, I feel like if I was being tested on React right now, I would probably fail. But if I had a job using React, I know I could do it. It's just, it's the test, right? It's not loaded into my head. Do you not know React? I would say I know React, but it's a question of how well. And I guess I just kind of explained it. Have you used Effect? I kind of got what's happening. Yeah, like the use. Okay. I misread your. Have you used use Effect? Yes, I was going to correct you, and then I realized I didn't need to. You said it right. So yeah, I've used use Effect in a loop or a chain of different components, actually, that all used use Effect to chain things to each other, if that makes sense. Like to chain of like events and messages, or messages and actions. It was complicated. At least I felt it was complicated. It was crazy what it was a world-class CRM. So it was pretty complicated. I think I'd rather work in a back-end position away from the JavaScript. I would probably prefer that as well, Hungry. If I had my preference and I could pick, I would do back-end, but I can't be choosy. I've got a wife and kid. I got to take care of them, right? So if I need to pick up React and try and get a good handle on it so I could be tested on it and have a reasonable chance of passing, that's what I have to do. I may not like it, but that's what I have to do. I think as long as you know enough about React to be dangerous and be knowledgeable of hooks, then you'd be fine. You think so, Soupy? I might be okay. I might be okay. Use Effect is super crappy and complex. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like using it. I could understand what was going on, but there was definitely some level of like black box, black magic voodoo happening. And even with the experience I have in JavaScript, it felt like there was something I didn't understand. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like a lot of positions want you to do both. Yeah. And I think with React server components, that's going to become more of a thing. Yeah, most companies are on the React train now, so interviewing with someone who doesn't know React or hasn't used it yet is a bit of a yellow flag. Don't give the interviewers a reason to say that. It's true. Yeah, you're right, Soupy. Yeah. React does so much that it feels like a black box. Yeah. does. Hey, Invisible Man, raiding with a party of 2. Hey, Invisible Man. Dude, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, man. Welcome in, viewers. I hope you had a good stream, Invisible Man. Let's give you a shout out. There you go. Shout out to Invisible Man. I appreciate the raid, man. That's really nice of you. You didn't have to do that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I am following you because I get notified. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, thank you. I hope you had a good stream. I think I might start aiming for the Java Angular positions. I'm over React. I'm honestly, again, my preference would be I don't want to touch React ever again. And I can't, unless, what am I trying to say? I just stroked out. I would just rather not. But if it's what I have to do to earn a living, it's what I have to do. Gotta earn a living, right? Think I'm doing well. Some late night streaming. Nice, man. Good for you. Good job. And a party of 2? That ain't bad, man. What were you up to on your stream? I wouldn't hire a person who doesn't know React, and a lot of people wouldn't either. Angular is almost everyone is adopting React. That's fine, Trace. I get it. As someone who despised React, resisted it for years until 2022, and then finally learned it. I now love it, and I was an idiot for resisting it. Fair, Soupy. Fair. Alright. I actually think I have the data to prove that React is a cancer to the industry. But I haven't had time to work on it because I'm trying to find a job. Writing a BitTorrent client in Rust. Oh, that sounds interesting, Invisible. Damn. That's a good project, man. I hope you're making good progress. How about the opposite? No React, no job. Yeah, laugh. I wouldn't say React is good, but it makes you super hireable. That's the issue, Shreyas. Yeah, it makes you super hireable. That's my issue. I don't want to use React. I don't think we should be using React as much as we do in the industry. But it makes you hireable. And I don't define what you mean by you need to know React, because I kind of know it. Like I can figure out what's going on to some degree and manipulate it, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert. The main reason that React is a monopoly right now is because what they did to Angular. In part, at least, Ghost Magic, I would agree, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing the build your own X guide. Nice, Invisible. That's great. That's going to be pretty cool. Good job. Good job. If I'm around and you're on next time, I'm gonna watch what you're up to. How's that work though? It's not good, but you need to know it to be hard because you need to know it to be hired. Yeah. It's stupid. It's look, it's stupid. I don't need to like the game, but I definitely have to play it. And I don't like the game. That's why we have a mediocre framework as a monopoly. I would agree. Legs were invented to wear trousers. They didn't have to do anything. The Zone.js crap was worse than VDOM. I don't know what the Zone.js thing is. What is that? There you go. See, I don't know React as well as I should, I guess, to make myself hireable. The VDOM I know. Use effect I know. Zone.js I don't know. I legit don't understand the React hate. I think it's just cool to hate the most popular frameworks. this is the thing, Soupy, is that it leads to all of these kinds of conversations are all based on like personal feelings, subjective feelings. How do I feel about React? How do you feel about React? How was your experience using it? How was my experience using it? And it really just comes down to who's more persuasive about their subjective experience with the framework or library. It's not a really good way to judge a framework. That's why I've been working on actual data to prove that React and frameworks like it have caused more trouble than they're worth. They've held back and even regressed the industry. And I'm trying to build up a data-driven argument so that it's really, really hard, or way more difficult, let's say, to attack that position, as opposed to, well, I had a good experience with it, but you didn't. And so whose experience is better? That's what I'm trying to work on. Because I've been beating this drum for like a long time, and it just always comes down to subjective experience, and how do you argue that? Hey, and as Error 404, I do play games. Yeah, just not very often on this channel. Although I should probably do it more. But yeah, I play some games. I'm a gamer at heart. In my mind. By the way, thank you for the chat, man. First time chatter. In my mind, framework should ideally simplify code and complexity while speeding up development velocity. For what it's worth, that's been my exact experience with it. Yeah, I disagree, Soupy. I think React gives you that impression up to a certain point. When you hit the edges of React, it has obfuscated so much away from you that you actually don't understand how to tackle the problem at the edge. And the issue with hitting the edge of React issues is that you're so far down the path of React, and you've probably built a product and perhaps even an entire company around it, that by the time you realize that there's a problem and that you're going to have a hard time addressing it, sunk cost is huge. You can't back off. But I'm going to put together the data that I have and structure the argument and base it on data and show that it's not actually doing what everybody thinks it's doing. It's missing some things. I do wish I had something similar to Next. That's one of the things that kept me going back to React is Next. Right. I can see that, yeah.
Lazy minds escape the grind, but true skill is hard to find. Wrapped in layers, hiding trash, obfuscated code that's rash, masked by frameworks built to pass, but real skills where legends clash. Break free from chains of crutches. Don't hide behind those touches.
I'd rather it be Vue and Next, but React is more popular. Yeah, React is more popular. Vue's, I would say Vue is definitely better. But yeah, hang on, I'm just checking a message here.
Real craft and sweat and moans. Leave behind those prefab clones. Rise above the shortcuts, breathe. Code with heart and firm belief. Polish skills to end the grief.
Vue is super mid, but much better than React. Next is cool. Daniel Rose awesome. I don't know enough about Next to have a good opinion, aside from it's popular, so I automatically do not like it. was thinking about this the other day. If you believe that, on average, most people are not as intelligent as you would hope they are, and a vast majority of people say, use this thing, you're really hedging your bets on a vast majority of people choosing something that is less than intelligence level you would like. So popularity is a red flag to me. If you want to know where you should be looking, you always look where everybody's not. I don't even think it's the frameworks that make me hate front end as much as it is I'm a completist. Anything that requires an eye for design, I'm the same way. Hungry. I cannot do design. I invested in Google and Nvidia because a lot of people are doing it. I made a lot of profit. Yeah, an investment is not the same thing. It's not exactly an equivalent thing. And there are plenty of investments where tons of people put money into it and lose money. So it's not strictly a win either, that argument. And back to you. We're fighting about dumb things, actually. Yeah, we are. I agree, Trace. We are. No, I completely agree, Trace. It's pretty dumb. It's all good, man. Okay, so So do you want to learn React or stay hungry? Pick one. Listen, Trace. The issue that I have, I don't mind learning React. Not today. I'm really not feeling it today. I wasn't even going to stream today. But I would like, it would help if I learned more about it. More than what I know. I probably know enough to like I said, to be okay in it. But even if I learned it like way better, I'd have to demonstrate that I know it way better. And so I'd have to put something on my resume that like, I wouldn't feel like I'm lying, maybe not too much if I said I'm a React expert, right? I have to sort that out. Should read the React docs and Next docs on stream from start to finish. I'll do that, sure. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, why not? Next stream, that's what I'll do. Read the React and Next docs. Even if you hate something, it's a great idea to learn. No, yeah, you know, Shreyas, it's absolutely, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. Yeah, I may not like React and maybe even Next, although Next is a very uneducated opinion. It really is. But there's nothing. Why wouldn't I want to read the docs? Why is that a bad thing? It probably helps me, right? In a number of ways. So you're totally right, Trace. So yeah, I should do that. I'll read the React docs on the next docs next stream, and yeah. Every next docs page load gets Jimmy an extra egg for breakfast. Anything to help Jimmy Mulroy. Remix is greater than Next. Now that's just a personal opinion though. Both lean hard on React. Fair, Soupy, fair. Remix is not a real thing. Jeez, here we go. Yeah, I don't have to like it, but I can learn it. Absolutely. You're right, Trace. You're right. You're 100% right. And I probably know a decent amount, but I definitely need to know more. I definitely need to know more, especially if I want to make myself hireable. Remix is dead. Soupy just goes K. You can hear the passive aggressive tone in Soupy's message. Okay. Sacred value. Let's figure this out. By the way, hi Mulroy. Hope you're doing well. And by the way, hi Trace. I hope you're doing well. Because I didn't ask how you guys are doing. Yeah. This returns that. Action. Turns U16. Get grid index from coordinates next because I need that.
Travis in the basement, God of the keys. Battle in the future, stuck in the past degrees. Wrestling with syntax, spaghetti on a screen. Dreaming of a tech
Alright,
stack stuck
now.
in between. Low level ambitions, wants that seed clarity. Building blocks of code, crystal in its purity. MMORPG dreams, but stuck on fucking choice. Heard the whispers of Python, can't ignore the voice. Sound right, stubborn fingers on the fucking home row. She's like a first love, hard to let go. Talking arrays and pointers, memory control. While the modern stacks temptations, taking its toll. Unity or Unreal, engines of might. But the heartstrings tug to low level bite.
Yeah, no, that's right.
JavaScript distractions, clouds in the blue. Travis face pounding, don't know what to do.
And max grid length is also right. Block struct.
Stacks around him, which one will it be?
Right.
Caught in a loop, infinity in sight. The curse of decisions keeping him up at night. Framework temptation, seduced by the flare. But his heart's with sea, not ready for the wear.
He says.
Travis the coder, lost in the sea. Text that's around him, which one will it be? God of the syntax, master of flow. Futures
Why?
uncertain, the progress is slow. Travis the coder,
So, this is gonna be an issue with Plasm.
syntax, master of flow. Futures uncertain, the progress is slow.
And same with this. Also gonna be an issue with WASM. Bye, Shreyas. See you in 5 minutes, man. Hope you have a good day, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Wonder if this will still run. Does. That's good. Okay. King 440, yeah, Sublime Text. I love Sublime Text. How you doing, King? Good to see you. What brings you over here, bud? Why is your monitor not in front of you? Because I've got a second monitor. It's off to the side. I want to put it on this side, which I guess I could do now. Well, no, I can't. I have to readjust my desk. I'll do it. I'll do it so it's ready for next stream. Because I'd rather be looking like this instead of like this. You're just browsing? Nice. Well, welcome in, King. Welcome in. Okay, block struct length. Basically chat Geppettoing myself here. Span X. What is... Oh no, it's int. It's this. Oof. Do you have LSP? I don't. I can't deal with LSPs. I can't deal with autocompletes. I can barely deal with colors. When I'm not on stream, my favorite color scheme to use. Not this. What the heck is it? I can't remember which one it is now. It's like this, but the other one. There's one. Anyways, it's black and white essentially. Like there's no color. My brain can't handle it. It's just my brain. I can't handle these colors. Damn. It's a yeah, this. This is what I use when I'm not streaming. Yeah, my brain can read this. My brain cannot read colors. I can't. I don't process anything LSP wise. I don't process anything auto completed for me. I don't remember it, and I look back on code and I'm like, why the heck did I do this? And it's just me. It's just the way my brain works. It's just literally just the way my brain works. I get autocomplete being annoying, but not having diagnostics would suck. It does suck sometimes, Malroy. I'm kind of making a trade-off for my brain being able to process what I'm reading versus the times that I have to debug what I'm doing. The nano default, yeah. I've forgotten what my previous color scheme was. I got used to IDE, so I can't program without an LSP. Yeah, that's kind of the, yeah. Why not disable autocomplete, but keep diagnostics or toggle LSP diagnostics off and on? Because then I have to set up a keyboard shortcut, Mulroy. You think I'm going to go through all that effort? I don't have time for keyboard shortcuts to turn LSPs off and on, okay? You can copy paste my head. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I don't remember what color scheme I was using. As of... Not that. Oh no. I don't remember what it was. I guess you guys are just gonna have to deal with... You're gonna have to deal with whatever I pick. Because you guys messed me up now. No, it wasn't this one. It might have been this one. But I can't look at that. It breaks my brain. It breaks my brain. Was it a blue one? It might have been a blue one. I don't remember. Here, we're going with blueprint. You guys can just deal with it. What is diagnostics? Unemployed man turns his back on the one thing that loves him unconditionally in the oven. It's hard to find good themes because most of them have a bigger palette than art supply store. Yeah, laugh. I should rename my stream to Luddite codes modern language ZIG without modern tooling. Yeah, caveman codes without modern tooling. Luddite blinds audiences with white background. Oops. Value. When are you doing the maple syrup shower stream as is tradition for Canadians? I don't need to. It's what you have to do when you wake up in the morning as a Canadian. You're required by law. So I did it this morning. It's basically just using it. Hey Arvis, good to see you, man. It's funny just until you see these modern programmers at a real job. Yeah. And suddenly they have less productivity than old school notepad programmer. I'm not going to claim I have more productivity. In reality, I probably struggle with stuff that a lot of people don't struggle with. Do I get as much done overall? I guess it depends on what you would consider getting done, I suppose. I think I can hold my own, and I think I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been doing this for 25 years. Not only does it smell of maple, but it feels like maple syrup too. Very sticky. Yeah, it is. It's very sticky. It's so sticky. Sticky. 101. What are you doing? Oh. Oh. 107? Oh, I see. Yeah, these loops are not accurate for ZIG. I'm gonna have to do this in the ZIG way.
Found a stream, thought I'd belong. Pixelated dreams where I felt strong. Joined the cult of gaming heads, but they filled me with their empty threads.
Okay.
Gave my heart, gave my time to the closed screens and online shrine. But they drained my soul, left it
I think
dry.
all I wanted is
Never asked why.
this thing.
They broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street.
So probably
Said they'd help, said they'd teach, left me stranded out of reach. Burned out my hope, found low, tangled up in the digital flow. Watched them rise with clicking fame, every stream lit out of reach. Burned out my hope, found low, tangled up in the digital flow. Watched them rise with clicking fame, every stream same empty game. Take God's on a mighty throne, left me feeling so alone.
yeah. Go ahead and check that because that would have made a big boo boo.
Left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street.
What's going on with chat? Does the money? They're really small maple, or is it just a meme? You have to scratch it, and then it smells like maple syrup. Hey Hicaro, how you doing, Hicaro? Hey Travis, good to see you, Travis. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for popping in. Hicaro loves Travis's C streams. So do I. They are extremely educational.
Me broke my code, left me lost on this dusty road. Took my strength, left me weak in this cold cybernetic street.
Mulroy has some good educational streams too. Yeah, I should give a shout out to Mulroy. And then we'll give a shout out to Travis later when the cooldowns pass. But yeah, Mulroy and Travis are good to watch if you want to watch people who are clearly more intelligent than you and you want to learn from them, you watch these guys. I watch Travis to feel inferior. Yeah. Yep. Except when he's okay, that's a lie. You're a Giga Chad. I'm just a dingus oriented programmer. No, I'm not a Giga Chad. I ain't no Giga Chad. If I was a Giga Chad, I would have a job right now. And I would have a product finished. Which I am working on today. I'm working on getting this product finished. that I can hopefully sell for something. Somebody will find it useful because I think it's pretty cool. Hang on, folks. Hang on. Why on earth? Are you gonna make me reboot, or are you just gonna go away? I'm so glad I have a second laptop for streaming. Don't make me reboot. Just go away. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. Dude, job status is not always aligned with skill set. I know, you're right, Travis. You're right. You're top notch, my dude. I appreciate it, Travis. Thank you, man. You are too, man. There we go. Shout out for Travis. Travis and Mulroy are like solid follows. Yeah, no problem, Travis. Anytime, bud. Alright, so in our contiguous array of grid items, well, let's type. Consider using type to disambiguate. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to resolve that. What am I up to at the moment? Yeah, Mod Jay is here. Hey Jay, how you doing? So right now, I'll show you, Travis. Okay, so you know how in the game, right? I've got the game sliced up into a grid with square coordinates, right? So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, etc. 1, 0, 1, 1, etc., etc., blah, 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 blah. And then I've got it sliced like bread. There's different layers, and depending on which layer you're in, the layer represents something else. So there's a layer for where the NPCs are in the world. There's a layer for a background. There's a layer for a foreground. These layers represent different things. So I've gotten to the point in the game where I need to have an in-game menu because I need to be able to show in-game, not with these menus. These are like editor menus because they're like floaty and stuff. I want in-game menus where, for example, right now I would show it's your turn, right? So there'd be some menu item on this in the game here in the contents of the ocean that would say your turn. You need to take your turn, and then some other stuff. So I was thinking about this, and I'm like, well, I have a grid system. What if I could make in-game editors? Okay, but this isn't an in-game editor exactly. I mean, this is in-game because I am loading up the WebAssembly and editing it. What I mean is that the menu system here, like this and this, they're editor specific. Like they're web-based editor specific, but I need game menus. So it's like, whose turn is it? Some stats, things like that. They're not for editing the game. They're for just playing the game, right? And I'm like, well, I have a grid system. So if I want to separate the rendering of the menus from WebAssembly, I can do the exact same thing I've done with the contents of like, where are the NPCs? Where are the assets that I need to render in the world? Things like that. I could slice up the UI, the in-game menu UI, as a grid with layers as well. And then I could use that to further allow any kind of rendering for the menu. exactly like I'm doing for the game itself. You can render the game, like the NPCs and the assets and stuff, however you want, because all you're doing is reading a contiguous block of grids and then like piercing through the layers and determining what's at this coordinate, and then you just render that. So why not do that with the menu? Then I'm like, wait, on the web we have this thing called CSS grids, and I'm like, why couldn't I use it for CSS grids? And I was thinking about this project that I've been working on, Laravel, PHP and HTMX. And a lot of this is just me writing grids. It's just grids. It's just a grid layout. How many websites out there could be sliced up into a grid layout? So why not take this portion of my game that deals with grids and create a visual grid editor? And I think Arvis and Travis, you two know what I'm talking about, because I've talked with you. You guys have helped me with this idea. So what you'll do is you'll adjust the grid, the contiguous array block in WebAssembly. And you're going to have these buttons that manipulate the grid in WebAssembly. Then you're going to be able to export the visual state of this grid. And you can see I have like subgrids. And you can plug in web elements into them, or you can take them and plug in your assets, right? And so you can mix and match the visual elements so that you can create a website. You can create a top-down 2D game like this. I can plug this into a separate WebAssembly that renders, that like eats up the grid and renders the game. You could even take this, export it, and then you could write a UI, like a Win32 UI in C++, or you could take Qt, or Objective-C, and you take the same array block, and as long as you have helpers to tell you what the grid looks like and what should go in each grid, you can replicate, you can have a consistent UI in data format, if that makes sense. And so you would be able to replicate web UI with desktop UI, with video game UI, whatever. If that's what you want to do, you could go crazy with it. Once you've built the grid system and what contents belong where they need to go, then it doesn't matter. You just render it however you want to render it. And so in here, for example, I have web components, and this is just a data, like it's just a number. This is the content that needs to go in there, plain text. And here, it's an image. And that's it. So I thought, like, maybe somebody, hey, loading personality, how you doing, man? WYSIWYG grids, yeah. So I thought, like, maybe I could turn this into a product, and this might be a cool way for people to leverage WebAssembly to do processing of, very efficient and performant contiguous array blocks, just to represent grid data in layers and have a consistent UI, because that array block can be rendered no matter what platform you're in. And your WebAssembly is just a nice helper into reading that data, right? Maybe I can sell it for a few bucks. Thought you were building a quad tree? Yeah, that would be slick. I think so. Call it grid UI X minus minus. Grid UI X minus minus. Yeah. Doing good. Glad to hear that, loading. Glad to hear that. Thanks for popping in, man. So yeah, I'm working on this today, and plus I want to use it for my game, because I kind of need something like this anyways, and I want to use it for websites like this, because I'm thinking, like, I don't want to be sitting here managing the layout. What I would ideally like to do is I'd like to be able to build these sections, like this featured section, as a web component, and then the administrator of the site who wants to do like the SEO and stuff would go over here. They'd visually adjust, they'd use the buttons and whatever and visually adjust the grid on any page, and then they drop in, if I do add content, does it do anything? No, I don't think I've said it. They would drop in content that would be like, drop in the featured influencers, like here, right? And as they adjust the grid, then they can see the effect of what they're doing, like immediately. So like, watch. If I do move grid block down, no, I don't think I did the right one. Crap, I broke it. Oh, collision. Yeah, because I have collision checks. No, this is, somehow I broke it. I don't know how I broke it, but I broke it. In any case, I'll fix it. But yeah, that's the idea. You'd move these things around, you'd select them and add content into them, and then these would be web components, and then you could just see, you could move the components around and see what it looks like. You get that without having to keep another copy of Chrome around like Electron. Yeah, Travis, exactly. It's like yeah, and I'm literally using CSS grids. I think I broke it. I should fix it. But yeah, this is just a CSS grid, see? So I have a display grid as a wrapper, and then you can, each element inside is a square, and it has, or a rectangle, and you can tell it the start and end in terms of columns and rows. And so you're just reading that from WebAssembly, a contiguous array block. It's super efficient, so efficient. And anytime you make a change, you can just efficiently update the UI. Hey, Two-Step, good to see you, man. You're looking at web components? I've been messing with them recently. Yeah, I've built some already. I'm building web components. I was just talking about that. Like, these are web components. And so I just inject a web component based on the data value of the grid coordinate. And then the web component just updates, right? So if I wanted to, and this is a grid inside a grid. It's a subgrid, and you can nest it. Go over here, and let's say I copy the element. See, when I fix it, this is, yeah, I'm doing it in ZIG. So it would just be like, that's funny. But yeah, it's a visual updater. So what I did as a proof of concept is in JavaScript, I'm using typed arrays. So like here, my blocks are typed arrays, UN16, because it's almost the same thing as having WebAssembly under the hood. And so the processing happens in JavaScript. That's the slow part. So now you've come in as I'm converting it over to ZIG, and I'll compile it to WebAssembly, and then all the data and all the functions and all the processing of all this grid stuff will be super performant and in WebAssembly. And so I can add features and complexity to it and not worry about performance. It'll be super fast. And then I can just dump an array block of grid data, and I could load it up on the PHP side, for example. And so you'd load up a PHP page, and it would read in the grid array block, and it would spit out a CSS grid structure that matches the grid array, essentially. Or you do it dynamically. You dump it on the client side and let my JavaScript code render it dynamically. There's something else I'm doing that's a little bit crazy, where you can dynamically add the content after you've set up the grid. I think it'd be really useful. And then, like, you know what you could do? I was thinking about this. What if you wrote a CSS library that mimics the look and feel of like a standard desktop UI? So if you wanted to build something like with KDE, you know, or GNOME, or like Win32, you have a CSS library that replicates like the windows and look and feel, so that you could essentially figure out how you want to lay out an application using the browser. And then you take that grid structure, which is your UI layout, and then you go and you just render it in whatever programming language gets you there, and add the business logic. and it's all consistent. And then if you need to make a change, you ask a product manager to go and like, you know, shift around the grids here. They're gonna understand how it looks like, generally speaking, and then they just give you a dump of a new layout. That's the application I was thinking of. Yeah. So, yes. And then Travis, if this goes well, you know what's coming next. We've already talked about it. You and I are up to some stuff if this goes well. But I have no idea. I just think it would be useful. I think it would be a useful tool for people. So I'll charge a few bucks for it and see what happens. But if nothing else, if nobody buys it, I think it would be useful, because when I'm building sites like this, it's all grids. And or on my game with a menu system, it's all grids. So I want something like this. You're pulling layout data from WASM and ZIG and rendering it with a web component? Yeah. So here. So I go to a grid coordinate and it tells me whether there's something there or not, right? Okay, grid block. And if there's something there, then I read the contents of the data block of what is here. And then it would be, for example, this, right? So in this case, this is the type, and then this is the value, I think. The first one is type, and the second one is value. And so it would be plain text. And so then if you look over here, what I do is when I render this portion of the grid, I literally put in a web component as an attribute, plain text. Then my web component, one sec. My web component would be content component here. So in here, I go and read what is my attribute, right? And I go and find the template for it. I could HTMX this in. It's a web component. I could initiate some HTMX fanciness and pull it in via PHP or another call. I can store the entire content right in here, all the features, everything I want. I can localize all my CSS. Doesn't matter. It's a web component. And so then this little component will literally read in the contents of what I have. So if I look for plain text, here's my template. And that's what goes in here. Right? Now, I don't have to have a web component in here. I could drop in anything I want here, but I get to control the rendering of the data on the grid. And I render it this way because this makes sense. So on a website like this, I could make the featured influencers section with all the images and the scrolling and the clicking and all of that its own web component. Then I create a grid system and I drop it wherever I want. And if I want to visualize how it looks like, if it's not full width, what if I want to split this up in half? So it's like right here on this image here. What if I want to have it, in half? Then I just visually add another column, and I put the featured influencer web component on the left-hand side, and I see what that looks like. Or what if I wanted to span, 2 rows down and have 2 rows on the right-hand side in one column? I can do that, and then I can put whatever I want. Like I can manipulate it, and each component just fits. I can use CSS query containers to localize how things look. Font sizing, padding, margins, all kinds of stuff. With container queries, they'll read the parent width and height. And you can make, it's like media queries, but for specific things on your page, specific elements on your page. You can play around with this till you're blue in the face. And as long as the web component is doing what you want it to do, or the content that you've injected in here, you can do whatever you want and figure it out. And then you export the grid layout. And in this case, I would just let PHP render it, so in a non-editable way, right? Like this is the editable version. this would be the complete version. It's reading the same grid data and just rendering everything up, you know, however, on page load, which is how PHP does it. Or in my game here, I would use the same thing, and I could create entire maps using the grid system, and I'd dump it, and then I'd build it into my game, and I would say, world 1 has this grid system, and here's how I want to render it, and so on and so forth. Or my game has an in-game menu, and so here's how I want the menu to look like. Rook Uwu, thank you for the follow just now. Make sure you say hi if you're here, though. If you're not here and you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways, man. Two-step, you're pulling... Okay, I read that one. This is neat. Could you show how a simple one is defined in ZIG? I'm working on it right now. So I have some constants up here which determine the maximum array sizes. So it can hold a maximum of 16 grids, which are 16 by 16 in size each. And so that's where the nested grid comes into play here. So this will be grid number 2 of 16. And I can change the constants and do whatever I want to do. And then I have some enums to help me sort out like the data surrounding the grids and the blocks. And I initiate the arrays, and then I just start working with the arrays. It's just offsets, coordinates and offsets. And so I really only have I have 3 array blocks to get me all of this. It's so simple and so fast and so performant. And if I do this right and have the right helpers and the right UI around it, I think it'd be useful to people. I've used GridStack.js for drag and drop resizable charts for a dashboard. GridStack.js? I haven't even heard of it. Oh, interesting, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, this is where I want to get to. Be like this. Yes. The only thing that would be different with mine is that because mine is at the WebAssembly level, it's really low level, and the array is easily exported and easily read back into other formats other than the web. That's where I think I have an edge. So you don't have to use just a web framework. You can take the data that powers this grid and render it in anything else you want. Speaking of performant, hey Omnifidus, thank you for the chat, man. First time chatter. Speaking of performant, do you have a comment about the performance of the ZIG compiler? I've heard people complain. Honestly, I haven't pushed it to its limits. So my personal experience is that it's always been zippy and fast. And even when I'm working with WebAssembly and I have a bigger set of data, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Maybe it's a little bit slow, maybe a touch, but I've never felt like I should complain about it, Omni. Yeah, it'll be faster and wider use. That's what I think too, loading personality. That's what I think. I think I have a bit of an edge if I do it this way. Have I seen ZigJS? Thank you for the comment. Cool. Yeah, no problem, Omni. Feel free to ask any questions you want. We should try compiling Kohi with it versus slang and see what we get. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Access the JS hosting environment from ZIG. Oh, it's a glue so that you can go back to the JS side. Yeah, no, I don't need this. I don't need this. No, see, so this is the good thing about the way I'm doing it. In editor mode, when you're editing the grid, I'm in control of the JavaScript that reads the WebAssembly. Now, if somebody wants to take the WebAssembly stuff and build their own editor, they can. But if they just want to use my editor, then all I need to do is just read from WebAssembly and invoke functions. So it's really straightforward. I do not need WebAssembly to be telling JS anything, so I don't need this. Once I've dumped the grid data, I really don't need WebAssembly. I really don't need WebAssembly to talk to JS. All I need is just a WebAssembly in-memory data array of the grid with functions that are callable, and all you do is in JavaScript, using any library or framework you want, you call for the grid data and you render it, and that's it. So I can't think of any reason why I'd want my WebAssembly code to tell JS to do stuff. Although this is cool, I'm glad somebody has done this, because it can be annoying to build something like this. ZIG.org answers ZIG questions. They say the ZIG devs are working on speeding things up, so hopefully we'll be even better soon. Yeah, Omni, and keep in mind too that it's not version 1, right? By the time ZIG gets to version 1, I'm betting it's going to be pretty good. And at least in terms of speed, it'll be a lot better than what it is today, I would imagine. Hey, and different ghost. Fun employed, yeah. Definitely fun employed. So yeah, I think it would be cool. Like, I totally see myself using it for the game. I think this would save me a lot of time on the game. I totally see myself using it on websites like this, where I just slice up the website and write little components for little things and just figure out where things go. That's just me personally. And I can see why somebody would take something like a CSS library that mimics like Win32 UI, and they build an application and just get the look and feel down. And maybe a few simple like web components to mimic like some dummy functionality. And you figure it all out. And then you dump the grid layout, and then you go and build it in whatever language you want. You just read the grid data, and there's your UI. And you get all the benefits of CSS grid. It's like, what if it's on a really small screen or whatever it is? It's like, no, it's all here. It's all here. You can do terminal, TV, doesn't matter, right? You can do it on a terminal. You want to build a TUI? Build a TUI with this. You take the exact same grid layout and TUI it up. TV, exactly. It's just sliced up. Video game consoles, doesn't matter. Zigit.dev, I think I've been there before. I bet you this was made in React, just based on the loading thing. Bet you this is React. Why is it taking so long? I don't want to do this anymore. I'm already noping out. Yeah, I'm done. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm working on. To answer your question, Travis. SSR also, but not on the client, I think. Yeah, so I was thinking about this with PHP, right? That's what this thing is. It's PHP driven. So there's no reason why you couldn't dump a file that contains the contiguous array block, and then PHP reads it, and you can generate the exact same HTML that I dynamically generate with JavaScript right now. I'll show you. Here, I'm just generating the HTML. Python could read it. Go could read it. Whatever you want on the server side can read it. And it would just have your PHP render the HTML that is equivalent to the grid data layout. The only reason why you'd need anything of my like on the stuff I'm building right now is to edit it. But once it is edited and you dump the data out, then you can have server-side rendering and you can render it however you want. Would this work with desktop apps? 100% it would work with desktop apps. It's just an array block under the hood. That's all it is. It's so simple. I'm actually a bit shocked that nobody's thought of it yet. Maybe someone has, but it's just an array block, and then all you do is on like you take like Objective-C or Qt or whatever you wanna build your desktop application with. You read in an array block, and then you render the UI based on the data of the array block. Same as you would render it like this. You get to be in control of that rendering, but the positions are done for you. Where things should go and what those things are, it's all done for you. It's all in the data. And so yeah, you want a desktop app it? Of course you can. You just read in a contiguous array block and away you go. One thing you can do to improve dev time is make a track step for ZLS. Oh, you're talking about you're talking to Omni, yeah. Yeah. So since I'm unemployed and, like I have some contract work, which is good, but it's just barely. It's just barely to keep me by for now. I mean, just barely. I mean, holy crap, it's tight. Friggin' hell. But since I have some time, when I'm not shooting out resumes, why not try and build a product, right? Okay. Be welcome for what exactly? What are you talking about, Vicente? Are you talking to me? Maybe you're not talking to me. You could build my serverless search product for me with all the free time. Yeah, sure, Jay. You got it. Oh, ZIG dev. Oh, I see. It wasn't resolving correctly. Yeah, let's have a look. I have a feeling, Omni, that you're somehow involved with this website. Is that right? Yeah, I've been to this one. I've used it several times. You're not? Okay. That's fair. I've used it a lot. This is great. Senior ML engineer ZIG, full-time, remote. What? You used to work at Intel Research Labs? Damn. really use the job, but I don't know enough about machine learning. You're 60 years old? Damn, Omni. But I don't know anything about machine learning. Strong stats and machine learning fundamentals? I don't have that. You know a few very important people? I bet you do, Omni. If you've been around that long and at Intel Research, I bet you do. Learn about machine learning. That would take me quite a while to get up to speed. In the meantime, I have mouths to feed. I mean, I don't know. Oh, it sucks. It reads like a D&D book, but less interpretable. Thanks for popping in, Omni, and showing this, because I knew about it, but I've forgotten that it existed. But this is actually a really good resource for ZIG stuff. Send your CV, why not? Yeah. You know, it's worth it's worth being honest. That's what I was thinking, Ghost, and being like, look, I don't know anything about it. Well, I mean, I know like a little bit about it, like a little bit, but I'm willing to learn. I think the last 9 months of streaming have shown that, if anything, I'm willing to freaking learn anything. I'm willing to learn anything. You don't even need to push me. I'll do it myself. But yeah, keep up the good work. Don't stress out. Where in the world do you live? I'm in Silicon Valley. I'm up in British Columbia, Vancouver. So yeah, if you're in Silicon Valley, you've been around for a while. And Intel Research Labs, yeah, you know people, Omni. For machine learning, you'll need to know at least one solid backend language really well. Python will do. C++ is the big winner. I know Python. I can do Python. What else are they asking for? C? I mean, you sort of know C by nature of knowing ZIG a little bit. And I've used C before, so I could do that. C++, I've been out of the C++ game for so long that I could probably cause damage, but that's about it. So, I mean, I guess I should try. I should try. And just be honest, right? You can help with the C stuff, but not C++ anymore. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I've been out of that game for a while. For Vancouver, I worked on Tofino. We bought the company. Don't worry about C++ other than to say it sucks. I agree with some very important people about that. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of people who think C++ sucks, and I'm one of them. So I haven't used it in such a long time. I stay away from it. I remember Tofino. Yeah, Travis would agree. Yeah. I'll apply. And I'll just be honest. When I'm done the stream, I'll apply. I have it up on my main screen so I don't forget to do it. I wasn't even sure if I should stream today. I've just been getting rejection letters all weekend. I wasn't even sure. So I remember, okay, so there's two reasons why I remember Tofino. One, Tofino is a place up here. It's a vacation place, and it's nice. I've been there twice, and it's a really nice place to like have a vacation. The other reason is because I do remember buyers, because I used to install security systems. Not for buyers, but you knew about like some of the big names, especially locally. So when I would install security systems, sometimes I'd hear about biosecurity. And I remember that they had a device that was called the Tofino. I didn't realize it was a security device. I just heard about a device called Tofino. And I just remember like being much younger and going like, oh, like Tofino the place. Like, yeah, like that. Finally solved the Bergstrom inference by using Zongbang influences fed with Ding Dong's theorem particles, crossed with mystical shaman chants and Heisenberg confluences with an added whoop whoop infrastructure policy buffers. Well done, Arvis. Well done. Well done. That was a funny way to put it. Yeah, I'll submit to this because I could use the work. I need some work. And I'm happy to learn. If they're willing to let me learn, I will learn. And I get to use ZIG. I mean, I'm using ZIG as a hobby. That's how much I love ZIG. Spending a year writing the deep packet inspection engine for Tofino, then the company was moved to India by Belden, who hired me. Oh, man. Man, you've probably seen some stuff. Omni sounds like he's seen some stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's awesome, man. You must be retired now or close to retiring. I have the first line for your cover letter. Hit me, Omni. No, I'm in your shoes. Oh, Omni, really? Man, that sucks. I'm Todd Pezanik. Wait, why do I recognize that name? Why do I recognize that name? Maybe not. Maybe not. Holy cow. I thought I recognized the name. I don't. But like just looking you up on LinkedIn, it's like, holy crap, dude. I worked on a PhD for 6 years at the University of Wisconsin, which is very closely tied to Microsoft, and ZIG and MS are closely tied. Damn. You know your stuff, man. How are you unemployed? You shouldn't be unemployed. You should have people. Like trying to break down your door. Some people are famous, some people are infamous. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, good luck to you too, man. I hope you find something, because you should not be without work. That's crazy. Damn. Ageism? Yeah, maybe ageism. I'll give you your first line. Yeah. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me with my first line. Let's go. Someone who worked closely with David Dewitt suggested I apply. I like that. I like that a lot. I need to put that on put that right here. I like that. I did work with them. I'm gonna use that. Damn. MIT, yeah, I've heard of this guy for sure. Database stuff, yep, that's right, that's the guy, Not MIT, okay. Yeah, I've heard of him. Okay, I'll totally, I'm totally gonna steal that. Thank you. You never know. You never know. You never know who will read it and get a kick out of it. Yeah. I appreciate it. Well, good luck on your hunt as well. I hope. I don't know, man. I hope you find something, because you should not be without work. That's crazy. I was an early riser. David would chase me out of his office at 7:30 because Jim Gray called every morning while he was driving to work from San Francisco down to near Oracle. Yeah, us old folks. We're early risers. And then night owls. David was then the founding director of the Jim Gray Microsoft Research Lab. All these... I feel like I've heard of the Jim Gray. Yeah. Well, I haven't heard of Jim Gray, but the Research Lab I'm pretty sure I've heard of. I might have even seen it somewhere. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. I could go down a whole rabbit hole because this stuff is interesting. That's really cool, though. You've seen some stuff. My PhD advisor, who did not allow me to finish, was the founding director of the Microsoft Computer Architecture Research Lab in Madison, Wisconsin, both in Madison, Wisconsin. Nice. And a rabbit hole. That's really cool. That's one of the benefits of growing old, right? With declining, bodily functions, I guess. I mean, at 60, there are plenty of people who are like totally fine and fully with it. But, you get pains and aches, bare minimum, right? But you get stories. And then you get to tell the kids to get off your lawn. Sorry, now Microsoft, it was Google. Yeah. Current person running that lab is one of the guys I worked with during my PhD. Nice. Wish I had a lawn. Yeah, me too. I wish I had a lawn too. Requires a job. At the ripe old age of 40. At the ripe old age of 40, you wake up in the morning and you look death in the eye. Death gives you a little wink. And you're like, Death, is today the day? And Death is like, I can't tell you. And then you have a cup of coffee with Death. Pat each other on the back. The problem in California is homelessness. Yeah, here too. You used to be 40. Hey, lopped off first time chatter. You used to be 40. I'm catching up to you, man. And then after you have coffee with Death, you're like, okay, how about now? And Death's like, I can't tell you. I'll ruin the surprise. And then every once in a while, Death will do like the scare jump, where like you think it's your time, so Death's like, ah, and then you're like, whoa, and then you go back to writing ZIG and talking to your Twitch chat, hoping that it's not your last moment on this mortal coil. That's 40. Anything beyond 40 is just worse. Interesting, do a startup called Instant Death that has the same initials as IT software. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Instant Death software. ID software. I like it. Oh man, that's a throwback. Two hardest things to write: a game engine and a compiler. I've worked on 2 compilers. Because why not? Right? Because why not? That sounds like something I would do. Oh, you think one compiler is hard? I'm so crazy I'll do 2. I'll write an engine that creates a compiler. Thank you, Arvis. Thank you. Thank you for the announcement. Yeah, I think Omni, I think you'd like Travis. Travis's There you go. Yeah, as I'm saying it. Yeah, everyone is writing their own languages now. I agree. You want to hear some of my hot takes, Omni? You want to hear some of my controversial takes? You're investigating Mr. Bezenek's work, sure. React is a cancer to the web development industry and the industry in general, including back-end software, server-side rendered websites and software, because the principles of React and frameworks like React are infiltrating other applications because it caters to the lowest common denominator of programmers. It obfuscates way too much. All these frameworks, like front-end frameworks, obfuscates what's going on under the hood, and these developers don't understand what they're doing or why, for the most part. It's just developer experience to make them feel good about writing code. So it's all just subjective experience, and as long as they feel good, then everything's fine, and it doesn't matter what the consequences are. And it's fine if you spend a whole bunch of money. It's fine if you save a bunch of money hiring juniors out of university or whatever, college, who don't know anything but React, but hey, they can do front end and now they can do the back end because they can do like React Native and they can do React Hybrid, etc., etc. And it's not just React; it's other frameworks like React. There are languages that also fall under this category. So, for example, Rust, I think, is a very good language that I think is ripe for implosion. I think it's going to implode, and it's going to basically become ruined, and I think it's just a matter of time. And just to add one more thing to that, every time that I have this discussion with people, it always centers around subjective feelings. Yeah, but I like using React and you didn't. And it's like, well, then it's just a matter of like whose subjective experience with a language or framework is more persuasive than between two or more people. And I don't think that's a good way to actually gauge whether something is good or not. So what I've been doing is I've been using this, enlightenedprogramming.com, and I'm literally, I spent weeks gathering actual scientific research, which I'm structuring into content. So I've already started writing the next article here, and it's going to be actual research into the metrics around the cost of using these ridiculous libraries and languages and how they're actually negatively impacting the industry, so that it's not based on subjective experience and, well, I felt good using it and why wouldn't you use it, and etc., but like on the actual consequences. And overall, I think that we need to be asking more of our programmers need to be understanding more. That includes me, and the benefits outweigh the costs. There might be more of an upfront cost to build good developers, but the long term is that we build products like we used to back in the day, when we would create games like the one that I'm building, which I've based it off an old Super Nintendo game. Because back in these days, there was limitations on what you could do, and having a game like this on the Super Nintendo days was insanely powerful. It was crazy, the ingenuity and creativity. We need to go back to that. We might even need to go back to we might even need to purposefully limit our hardware, in order to drive this ingenuity again. That's why I'm building this thing, and I'm using ZIG and so on and so forth. End of hot take. Lowest common denominator has always been a problem in the industry. It always has been. I think it's just it's particularly bad now. The guy who invented HTML said it was never supposed to be a language generated by people. I have read the same thing. I can't remember where. What MZIG? Lopta? Do you mean what is ZIG? Is that what you mean, Lopta? That explains why it's a nightmare to read. Right now, I'm impressed by modular and the language that is likely to replace Rust other than Go. Stream dies, yeah. Still haven't read that page even after all the discussion. It's okay, Laugh. It's up there forever. You don't need to. Oh, Mojo. Right. This one. Yeah. I mean, like saying Rust is bad because I feel like it's going to implode based on feelings. Yeah, Sergeant. But actually, I think, Sergeant, I think I have proof that Rust and any language that deals with the underlying code, underlying CPU infrastructure, the way Rust does, is actually ripe for issues. I think I have the proof for that. I think I have the actual scientific data to prove that it's not a good path. Not to mention the community around it is not great, except for you, Sergeant. You're an exception. You're a good guy. Thank you for the follow, Omni. And these are just personal opinions, right? So they're just personal opinions until I have some data to prove it, and then you guys can argue with me about the data. But hey, at least we'll be arguing about data instead of feelings. I can't see myself moving away from Odin for a long time. I cannot blame you, Laugh. Odin has some really cool stuff in it, and I would put it on the same level as ZIG, and I really enjoy using ZIG. Mojo is being done by someone I've met. That's cool, Omni. Yeah, I've heard about this. I've heard about Mojo. It's an up and coming heavy hitter kind of a thing. But the problem is that there's not like there's not enough languages and frameworks and stuff that are like this. We don't have enough of them. We used to have a lot, but not anymore. Probably want to apply with that guy also. Really? Yeah, what, are they hiring? I don't see if they are. I mean, sure, I'll apply. Any good resources for understanding web components? I want to understand when to use shadow root versus just setting this dot inner HTML. So two-step shadow root is good if you want to isolate the web component from having other things pierce through the styling. It's mostly a styling thing. So if you want the web component to stand alone and you want to ensure that there's no way that something external of the web component can adjust the style of the web component, then you use shadow root. Otherwise, just use your regular inner HTML or whatever. I use web components with the shadow root open, which means essentially no actual shadow root, which means it's globally accessible in every way. And what I use the web components for is to localize behavior. So a web component is good if you want to drop in some CSS and JavaScript that you want to ensure is for that component, as opposed to having separate files or global files that you need to kind of parse through. And you can mix and match that. So that's what I use web components for. It's a very light usage to localize behavior. We have two problems in the world: fragmentation of TV and fragmentation of programming tools. Yeah, okay, yeah, Omni, yeah. I agree on both counts, man. Did you get laid off? Essentially, yeah. I got let go, Zerk. By the way, good to see you, Zerk. Omni, wow, you know about almost everything I do not understand based on what I'm hearing. Omni, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Wait, what do you mean? Web components will kill React, hopefully. I hope that they do, yeah. Yeah, it's getting dumped by... Yeah, I was let go. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't laid off. I was let go. I was made... I worked for 3 years for the company, using HTMX and PHP, keeping a very simple stack, avoiding complicated frameworks. 1/3 of those years, I spent a whole year doing stuff myself, doing what an entire team took a year and a half separately to do. I did it in 3 weeks, and then we were like ahead for like 6 months, at least 2 weeks ahead, consistently for 6 months on my own, and then a bunch of other stuff, and then they let me go. So it was sucky. I didn't realize Shadow allowed you to isolate the style. Yes, yeah, you can isolate the style, yeah. Web components have been killing frameworks for years. I don't see it happening. Not because they're not good, but because developers are stubborn and will hold on to their React as long as possible to not learn something new. Yeah, Sergeant. I think that's exactly right. When a developer is catered to by a framework like React, and they feel really good about what they can accomplish, and all the managers around them feel good because they can accomplish stuff for a cheaper price because of a framework like React, and everybody starts feeling good. And then you come along and you're like, hey, we have web components now, it's simpler. Maybe it's a little bit more work here and there. Immediately there's fear. I don't want to go through the effort of, like, learning something different, trying to simplify my process. I have everything I need. To be good to spare, you did what good engineers have to do, make yourself replaceable. Yeah, I mean, apparently I'm replaceable by the large teams of React developers. No good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, Lopta, no good deed goes unpunished. Let's just say there were promises made for me about the time I spent, the weekends and the extra time that I could have been spending with my daughter and wife, and it didn't pan out. A little salty. What I meant by my comment is I know almost everything about the back end and almost nothing about front, posterior. To put it, yeah, Omni, now I get it. Yeah. I definitely need to know more about, I definitely want to go more into back end. So that's why I'm using ZIG, because I know a bit of C. And I've written extensions for PHP in C. When PHP, back in the day when PHP was very non-performant, I would write extensions in C, and same with Node. And when I was doing solutions architects for CTOs at companies, I would build out like Node, Python, PHP infrastructures, like in AWS. That was a common one, with like Terraform infrastructures. That was all back-end stuff, and you'd figure out how to piece it together. So I guess I know some back-end, and I guess I know some front-end. Yeah. For me, there were 2 of us. It took 18 people to replace us. Yeah, there you go, Omni. Sorry, Dad. Get back to work, Owen. Do you know what a computer architect is? Yeah, Node. Yeah, I've built up a little tolerance for C. Never did like PHP. Node is what Google used before they built Go. Correct. Yes. Pascal. Oh, Pascal is old. Yeah, I've seen the 8.4 stuff. Yeah, Owen. Yeah. Yeah, Pascal is old school mention. Hey Sam. Were you a front end dev in your previous job? I was everything. My front end was with HTMX, which is just a very light. It just swaps HTML elements from the back end, and then I used Laravel, which is just PHP, and it would just give you fragments of HTML that were server-side rendered, and you just do a little bit of a swap, and it was a both. And then there was an infrastructure on the back end. There was a very light, barely any infrastructure on the front end because we didn't need it. Multi-million-dollar company with thousands of users, and it ran like blinking fast. And I was doing it by myself. So yeah, and then there's something that was a lot more front-end driven is this guy. I did a lot of the front end here, and this was very front end driven because there was an SEO expert who was telling us how we should be doing all our front end, down to like we were doing above the fold stuff that was so crazy on the front end. We literally took a font and we took out the characters that we weren't using across the site and kept only the characters we were using in order to like squeeze out that extra little bit of above the fold loading time, so that the front end SEO was just that much better. Because for a site like this, front end SEO is like huge. So this one was very front end heavy, and then just PHP rendered on the back end. So all document styles don't apply to shadow root, right? Only styles you define in the web. So two-step, imagine an open shadow root as like another div element. So if you apply something that happens to CSS select the web component, it will apply to that component as if it would on any other element. When you do a shadow root closed, and you do like a I don't know, a star CSS style with a border or two pixels purple, it won't affect the component at that point. The only way that you can pierce through is if you use CSS variables. So you can use CSS variables at the top level, global, and then you can reference the same CSS variable inside your web component, and that's what some people do to separate out a closed shadow root with a global set of styles. But your global has to be using CSS variables. Not all front ends have global CSS variables these days, but a lot of them are moving towards that. So yeah. So they wanted to change stack. Yeah. So there was a CTO who was buddy with the CEO, and the CTO felt like they could do more and faster with teams of React developers. And honestly, I can understand. I'm salty. Obviously, I don't think the decision is right, but I understand from their perspective that they're trying to do what's best for the company, as every company should. So I don't like. Whatever. I'm not going to blame them for it. They're just trying to do what they think is best. But they saw me as like not able to participate. Maybe they thought that I would get in the way, or I wouldn't support the decision, or I wasn't good enough. I'm not entirely sure, but the two friends, and one comes in and says, "Hey, we need to do this," and because they're friends, it's like, yeah, how are you going to argue? When you've got two decision makers saying you got to go in favor of React teams. Yeah, no problem, two-step. Anytime, man. I had another comment about your job loss, but I don't know what to distract from this. So to back up, do you know who Chris Latner is? HTMX is what I would pick from what I understand. Yeah, I do know who Chris Latner is, yeah. I know of him, let's put it that way, yeah. Wish they could at least let you stay and learn. I went out of my way to say that I would support their decisions, but yeah. And yeah, HTMX is it's one of the few frameworks, front-end frameworks, honestly, I think it's the only one that actually encourages the developer to ask why they're using it in a positive way. So instead of going why am I doing it this way, and if you're an experienced developer like you are, Omni, you'd be like, this is a weird way to do this. It would be more like, I wonder what's going on underneath here that makes this such a simple thing to use. Am I misunderstanding? It encourages you to understand more about what's going on under the hood rather than less. Whereas other frameworks like React are no, don't worry, we figured it out for you. You don't have to worry about what's going on. Just use this way, check it off, you're going to be fine. We've got you covered. Whereas HTMX is kind of the opposite. It's you're going to use it, but you better know why you're using it so that you can understand how to use this properly. It is what it is, yeah. Fortunately, I may have to get into React Pure. I may have to in order to get hired somewhere. So you're not alone, Pure. He did something I worked on about a few years later. Chris Latner has done quite a few things. So yeah, I believe you. They never let you stay if you have different opinions, no matter your skills. That's what I think happened, but I don't have proof of that. And I can't fault a company for wanting to do what they feel is best, right? Don't talk so long about each thing. I wanted to move forward. I'm not. Is that at me, Omni? Chris Latner is also hiring. Interesting. I don't know if you would hire me, but maybe. Apply a modular. There we go. Put it there. I mean, I could. Might as well. It can't hurt to apply. I fault them for not giving you a chance to see if you'll go along with the new plan. I suppose, yeah. I mean, they might have also thought that I don't know, couldn't cut it, maybe? It's possible. But I'm so salty about that stuff. My first name should have been Morton. Yeah, Travis. I do know what hypervisor is, yeah. I'm on Windows using WSL, and WSL started off using hypervisor, and before WSL was the thing, hypervisor was the way you would do virtualization on Windows. So you'd set up a hypervisor, like virtual hard disk, and load it up. And then they expanded that into what it is today. So yeah. Strata virtual machine, yeah. Did WSL use Hyper-V for the hypervisor? Yes. Yeah. I don't know if they're still doing it. No, I'm pretty sure it's Hyper-V. I don't think they ever used KVM, if I remember correctly. I think they always used Hyper-V. There was some limitation that they could only get around with Hyper-V. I'm pretty sure. Strata Virtual Machine VM was similar to LLVM. Have you heard of Yes, I've heard of LLVM. Yeah. That was a trick question. You got me. You got me. I know ZIG and LLVM are having a thing. Modular and Mojo are using part of LLVM. Let's see. Well, it can't hurt. Can't hurt to apply. And just see if someone's willing to do anything. Hang on. Why is it frozen? Okay. I use QEMU with NVMM. QEMU feels a bit janky, but it's for him. Are you familiar with Java bytecodes and web codes? WebAssembly? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm using right now. This game runs on WebAssembly. This project, this grid-based project I'm writing, runs on WebAssembly. That's why I'm using ZIG. And then I multiplayed the WebAssembly with Twitch. So yeah, it's fun. It's very fun. most person in Silicon Valley whom I know? Sure, Omni. Who's the most important person in Silicon Valley that you know? Oh yeah, that would be an important person. I agree. Okay. Terminal. Everything's free. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. He's the chairperson. Yeah, but yeah, I'm working on the person you should contact. Sure, Omni. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, yeah. Belden, yeah. Who's my boss? How's Eric Bowers person who kills the lives near me? He does. You're right. You're right. Yeah, he knows some stuff, man. You can tell. Yeah, I'll reach out. I'll reach out. I appreciate it. You never know. You never know. Yeah, you never know. I'll reach out to him. Eric Bites. Yeah. Okay, Eric Bites I recognize. Okay. You need my LinkedIn? Sure. Here. Or... you can use that too.
Keep it down the stack, logic starts to crack. No framework to attack the inevitable flak in the cyber satellite. Don't lose sight, blueprints tight, still messy code of wants.
Okay. 1 second.
Architecture fables, polished artifacts unstable. Underneath the table, lurking bugs enable illusions of grandeur. API horns they glare. Code
Where's add grid block?
They promise salvation with every iteration. Framework elation, yet a failing foundation amongst abstractions. Holes, reality often stalls. Programmers call echoes through the walls.
Yeah, thank you, Omni. Thank you for all the suggestions. You're right. You're right. It can't hurt. Can't hurt to try. You never know. Maybe you don't have a portfolio. Something I worked on. Been working on base PHP for a bit. Got a few projects I'm working on now before I go back to Laravel. I kind of want to go back to base PHP as well. I'll check out that website in a second here, Omni. Okay. This needs a return, which is gonna be an array. Get grid blocks. That's fine. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, let me check out this website. Omnifidus is the name of my venture capital company. Oh, cool. Yeah, the website looks good. So you've got what's up, Lopta? Interesting. It's offered from the metal building industry. Interesting. Where's the
Keys clacking, they ain't hacking, just slacking. Code a mess, firmware stress, ain't no blessing. Lies twisted, logic missed it, bugs enlisted. Ship it quick, ignore the tick, call it sick. Cold chaos, breaking all the laws. Shit that jump, don't care if it's a flaw. At each other's back, beer, rubbing, little hack.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You could build a new website for them tomorrow if you wanted to. They would have to hire me, wouldn't they? I would do it, but they'd have to hire me. What? Okay, there we go. Got it. It's in Fargo, ND, where I grew up. Nice. I wish I worked at a company just once for experience. Okay. Get grid block. Remove grid block. Do I have the... Oh, I do. Oh, so I was thinking ahead. Okay, so this is going to be U16. That's going to be U16. The return is going to just be a bool. Could be void, but... So block struct type int. Yeah, I know, don't worry. Span on. probably need to clean up some of this code because I'm doing a lot of stuff over and over. It's not that great, but for now. Sure. Yeah, var. Do. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, right, because my for loop. Careful what you wish for, yeah. Your time will come, Owen, don't worry. Ominous. Let's make sure this still runs. Oh yeah, gotta fix the type. Okay, that fixes that. I need to get this function, yes. Locks. Oh, because, right, because I have to worry about global. Keyboard issue. $128. This also needs to get changed. And then I just need the. You just Googled ageism. When ageism starts, you're deeply saddened by the world. It starts at 30. Yeah. Yeah. People do not want okay, so then I need these, which I'm just going to copy over. And what's this going to be? It's going to be another U16, I'm sure. Yeah. What's this going to return? It's going to return another U16. Oh, mathed out floor. I gotta figure out what the mathed out floor equivalent is in. Okay, so I need to figure out what is the mathed out floor equivalent. Type Typo in the name. No, no, it's just I need to bring it in. Yeah, laugh. They hired too many students in the last few years. That, yeah, ghost and laugh, yeah. No, I'm just going from JavaScript to ZIG. I don't think I'm doing what Chris Latner is doing now. And then when you're old, you're a blocker to the progress. They will never be seniors when they work with you, but when everybody's 28, they can all be seniors. Yeah. Okay. Let me look at the Is it just SED math? Is that it? Let me go look. ZIG, SED. I know the documentation will have it. I need to floor. Div floor and floor. Floor division. I see. And floor. This is essentially all I want. So can I just do that? Hard to hire young for those need to have 7-10 years of experience. Yeah. Yeah, but grade index quotes. Redeclaration. I see. Oof. Okay. I wonder if I can just let me just test the floor function because I'm a little bit concerned. Floor. I'll do d. It's gonna be get grid coordinate x from index. I don't know, 1. Here we go. Is there a debugger for ZIG yet? Yeah, I think there is. Right, okay. Okay, we're back. So what am I? Missing here.
Lines of
Yeah,
messy
pure.
code,
Yeah,
leaving
it's
the
another
path
layer
unclear.
potentially.
We need to clean
Hopefully
this
not,
mess,
but
rise up, push through the fear. No more lowers here. Stand tall and take charge. Lazy days are gone. We raise the code in arch.
um,
And errors
the issue with using floor is Zig is freaking out because I'm not.
take the high road solutions we will find. No more lowers here. Stand tall and take charge. Lazy days are gone. We raise the code in arch.
I'm not using a float.
Push the limits higher. No more looking back. Code with heart and fire.
And a U16 won't go into a float.
Every
So I probably need to change it
block of
to a float.
crafted with precision. Make the future
That's probably what I should do. Yeah, I can cast it to a float too. I could do that.
line we write, a building block of gold. Crafted with precision, make the future bold.
Like, if I did something like 3. Yeah, I think it's as.
Errors one, the lazy fall behind. When we take the high road solutions,
I don't remember the cast. Yeah, it's not cast. It's yeah, it's in cast.
push the limits higher. No more looking back. Code with heart and fire. Avoid the lazy track. Every line we write, a building block of gold.
I gotta think about this.
Precision, make the future bold.
Like, if I was to do, let's just type it out. Add is used for standard lib functions. Yeah, index divided by max is U16 is what you want. No, it's not. It's not what I want. Thanks, Lapta. Thanks for popping in today. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. The problem is that the JavaScript code won't give you any indication of anything because JavaScript code does not have type stringency like this does, so it's not going to help. JavaScript will just allow that to work. I don't have to set it as a float or anything. The line in JavaScript does exactly this. I copied it from JavaScript. Oh, is it built in? Oh yeah, I guess it would be two-step. It would be built in. It wouldn't be standard lib. You're right. Standard lib you have to reference. That would be built in. Let's do like 3. And let's not run this. Yeah, so what is test 0? Yeah. Okay. Focus mode. I'm just trying to finish up what I'm doing, and then I'm gonna call it for the stream. I'm going almost on 6 hours, so in JS it is going to float, and this language is going to use 16. Yeah, so like in JS it's not going to be restrictive on type. You can see I literally mean it's just the same line. It's just that JavaScript is loosey-goosey and it'll allow this. It'll figure it out. But ZIG wants you to be more specific because it's based more on C. So if I do this, it's still 0. What if I do, can I get a float out of this? No. Okay, maybe I'm using incast wrong. Hang on. No. No, I'm using it correctly. Maybe I've got it backwards. That I think that might be what's going on. Is I've got it backwards. It should be incast, and then I actually don't know if this is correct, but we're gonna find out. Just it's been a while since I've had to do this. So. Yeah, no. It was the other way around. As float isn't the thing, as F32. Oh, do I have my type wrong? Oh, you're so right. I'm in JavaScript mode. JavaScript is rotting my brain. Float from int? Why didn't I think of that two-step? Yeah. Okay, well at least that passes. You shouldn't be casting. When I mentioned casting, I didn't understand. Okay. So this should be a float. It shouldn't divide evenly. Like but I think maybe the output here has to be something like there's a way to do this in the output that spits it out. Convert the 3 to a float as F32 float from int. Yeah. You have to convert 3 to float and then divide. I don't... Yeah, why cast 2 times? It's the way ZIG works and the version I'm using. It's an older version. I don't know about the newer versions. That I think newer versions have a better. Don't quote me on that. But ambiguous coercion. In the JS, the number becomes a float, and the ZIG becomes an integer. Does not need the floor call. The problem is in the main code, not in your debug. No, I know, but it has to be. I can't just have. I can't just trust that the converted number is going to always be. Is going to always be the floor. Right. Both would need decimal. You're right. Oops. And then I guess I don't need the float from int then, right? Because yeah, I would have, I could just go, well, I guess I could just take the whole thing out, couldn't I? Keep doing that. No, we need the D here. We need the D. Yeah, okay. And then if I was to floor this, it would be 0. Okay. So I would have to, in that case, I would have to cast these as floats. ZIG has little implicit coercion. Correct. My understanding is that it does not have much in terms of implied coercion. ZIG will always widen integers implicitly and require cast if losing data. Which is not exactly the same. I mean, it's in my opinion, it's quite different than what you get in like JavaScript. Like JavaScript will do all kinds of weird stuff with your integers, including cast them as freaking strings. And sometimes. So ZIG is a little bit more restrictive, but also that means that there's less implied coercion, and so you have to be more specific about what you're doing. So I could even, yeah, to match it, I could do F16 and then like and cast. Something like this. Kinda. Let's see. Yeah, okay. At least that compiled. It didn't freak out. So now if I run this.
Mentors can inspire, but your passion fuels the fire.
What if I just did float? What if I just did float from int? Odin requires explicit cast for any numbers except constants which are untyped. Got used to that. Yeah. Yeah, you read my mind there, two-step. Or maybe I was actually saying it, I think. But yeah, I think maybe float from int does the trick here. And so then these would be float from int must have a known result type. Still need as? Really? Do I still need as? Alright. Oh yeah, I guess I would. Yeah, you're right. I guess I would. Because I have to complete the cast. Right. Incompatible types U16 and F16 on what? On 155? Haha, because this then. So then I have to int cast it back. So this is the kind of stuff people mean when they say ZIG can be verbose. Yes, it can be verbose, yeah. Find it's easier to put stuff on different lines. So const a F16 equals float. Right. Yes, you're right. Const b, and then you would do const y, you would do y, and then the floor of the two, yes. Now I need to put this back into you know what I mean? Something like this. This is nutsos. But I have to put it back as a U16 in order to deal with all the other U16s I have. I just want to get the floor. I just need to get the floor. Now, I suppose, okay. I suppose that I don't actually have to do this. I suppose that like another thing I could do is hang on. Suppose another thing I could do is go where did it go? I had it somewhere. No. Oh man, I had it and now I've lost it, and so I've probably lost my man. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, never mind then. I think this would be easier if you said add max grid y minus 1 to index before dividing, then no float conversion necessary. Wait, add max grid y minus 1 to index. It probably gets optimized anyway. Why am I not following what you're saying? I'm not following. I'm just real talk. I'm not following. I think maybe I'm getting a bit tired. Wait, max grid y, okay, minus 1, and then you add it to your index. And then you would go minus y. Oh, I see. Now I follow. Right, you add it to the index so that you can subtract from it after. Or divide from it after. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna follow what you're saying because I think yours is actually a little different than what I had in my head. Okay, so if we just do like the return, if you convert to int and then back to float, it gives floor. Don't you mean from float to int? Maybe not though. Hang on, I just want to see how far I make it here. Minus 1 divided by the total. float of int. So it's just like, it's just a built-in floor. I mean, yeah, I guess if you just cast it, then you don't need to actually call floor. I suppose, yeah, the conversion process might do that. But wouldn't it be int to... No, it would be float to int. You're right. No, the return is float. How do you get floor from a float through an int? Don't you want the output to be an int, and then that would be floored? Converting to int should floor it automatically. Yeah, it's just that I'm confused because the way that Omni is writing it is that your output is float. Like what that would give you a float output. You'd have to do an int output of a float. That's what's confusing me. Unless I'm reading it wrong. I'm tired. Yeah, I think I am confusing myself. So I'm just gonna like mock it. It would be something like, imagine this, and then imagine that it was back as an int. This is the way I'm thinking about it, right? It'd be so, you know, something like that, right? And so at the end you'd get the int out and it would just floor itself. And then you just use it. That's what I'm thinking. And then you don't even need floor. Place the variables and get greater width. Oops. But they are numbers? Yeah. To verify. This is too hard to text. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Index goes from 0 grid times width times height. You want to turn index into x coord. Yes, that's all I want to do. That's correct. I think the JavaScript is throwing me off because I'm still thinking JavaScript mode, and it makes it easy. But there's an inference there. There's like an implied inference. But yes, I just want to turn the index into an x coordinate and a y coordinate, because in WebAssembly you can't have a function that returns two values, so you have to do each value individually to get both your x and y out of an index. So like y is an easy one, and I mean this is actually relatively easy. It's just the casting. So I just need to have Quad doesn't have to have a JS config that will fix all of this. Hang on. I want to see something. So if I do int from float, float cast. I wonder if they've changed this. If I go... Doubt it, but... Yeah, no, it's the same thing. But I think I get what you guys are saying, is that I can just do the cast to the int and the int will just floor it for me. So if I could use something like this where I go in from float, for example, that would just I don't need to do the secondary cast as an example. I could just int it and I would get the floored value. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious. What if I did? I just want to see how far I could push this. Expected float type. Yeah, that's fine. Ha! It kinda worked. Yeah, and indeed, X would be 3 in this case. So if I wanted to do like 18, it should be X of like, yeah, 2. So essentially this does work. So yeah, it's just, we convert to floats, we do the division, and then we just int it, and we get our floor. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, it's fine. I'll leave it, and I'll come back and clean it up. I'm gonna make note of the suggestions. 2-step anomaly made, because I think there is indeed a better way where I don't have to cast it. I probably don't even have to cast it. Something along those lines, but yeah. Write down the equation from xy to your combined number, and then the algebra to go back will be obvious. Yeah. Probably use modulo. Yeah, modulo. Yeah, modulo. That's a good idea. I could try that. That would be one way. Like reverse algebra might be another way. Yeah, where I don't have to do any casting at all. Yeah. Yeah. I think it would have to be. No, it has to be. Yeah, no, it has to be X. Doesn't it? Doesn't it have to be X? Or did I have it right the first time? Yeah, it has to be X. Anyway. +1 for using modulo. Yeah, because then you'd have a remainder, which would be a floored remainder. Then you don't have to cast either. And then based on your remainder, you'd sort out the rest. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, well, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. The conversion over from the JavaScript side is almost done. Yeah, index modulo grid W. Yeah. Be max grid W, essentially. And that would be your return, floored return. Yeah, makes total sense. You guys are right. Yeah, that's way better than casting. And then I could do the same thing. Or a similar thing down here at least. Yeah, no, the same thing. Yeah. Okay. I'm tired. I can tell. I'm not gonna bother pushing myself too much. I just want to have a look at want to see. Yeah, so after this, what else do we have? Increase, decrease spans, move grid, and the sets. We're almost done. We're almost done converting this. That was actually quite fast. Holy cow. Almost in a few hours. One workday, we converted this JavaScript grid UI thing to ZIG. And then, so probably if I had like a solid 8 hours nonstop, I could have this done, and then I could do the WebAssembly build output. It's not bad. Not bad. Get some rest. Thank you, Travis. It's not even 7 p.m. I know, Quad, but I'm getting old. Black Arrow on YouTube, WSP. Don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Black Arrow, but good to see you, man. Okay. Ripe old age of 40. Yeah. Need your rest. Just need to chill out. I just need to give my brain a break. I'm getting old too, man. Since 6 a.m., 9 a.m. your time. Yeah. When you get up early, yeah. It takes a toll. You need to start getting up at 5. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, less sleep is the answer as you get older. I think that's actually true in some cases. Old Manny at 10, yeah. Yeah, I want to go, I want to eat, I want to chill out. Maybe I'll finish this off stream. But I'm going to be back tomorrow on stream for sure. I don't have anything going on. So I'll be back tomorrow at some point. And I'll keep going. Let me find somebody to take everyone over to. No, thank you, Laugh. I appreciate it. I gotta find someone. Promises. Yeah, I know. Okay, wait. Same category. Who shall we take you over to? While I'm looking, I just want to say thank you to everyone who popped in and said hi, and the follows, and Crimson again for 100 subs, which is insane. Thank you. And for everyone's help and suggestions, etc. I appreciate it. You guys are all awesome. Let me find somebody who has like low count and doing something that hopefully you guys will find interesting. Let's see. Ooh. Real life HTMX plus Razor C#.net plus MongoDB. I kind of want to see. I kind of want to take you guys over there. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go over there. Okay. The honest CTO. This will be funny. Thanks again, everyone. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it. It's been a fun stream. It really has. And maybe this will become a little product also. But I appreciate it. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good day wherever you are. And see you tomorrow, I guess.